you have the Thomas, you have best aim. If you have Tayson, you'll be smart. Venom's the best fighter. At one point, I was the smartest player in the world.
Pink it or not, they've done it.
I have a big ego in terms of things like this, and I'm very confident in myself. Nah, the character Pink is literally just me. On stream, everything, I'm myself. I don't like building a false personality, it's just me. I've been playing since literally season 0, and there was always challenges for me. First challenge was being the best in my year, and then after that was being the best in my school. And then we also used to have everyone from different schools come play me, and I would just beat all of them. After that, the World Cup came about. Of course, everyone was like, yeah, you could go to New York, you could change your life. I thought I was literally gonna qualify because my ego was through the roof. I literally just earned $200 in all 10 weeks because I didn't know how to play the game. And I put my head down and I started learning, and I just built up and built up. Ego is very dangerous. It could be good though as well, but you gotta have balance. I used to go outside all day, every day. I used to play football outside with my friends. And then at the time, in London, there was a lot of danger happening. My mum was just worried. She just wanted to protect me. Just told me I can't go outside as much. She thought something would have happened to me. So then I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna stay at home and just play games. And then luckily Fortnite came about and I could just put my all into that. Like, if you ask why is Pink good, it won't be like, oh, he's good at this, he's good at that. I just think I'm very well-rounded and I can do everything at a good level. I can IGL, I can follow just as easily. I can play zero build, I can play build. I can fit in a team really well. I can fight well, if a new meta comes out, I can adapt really quickly. I went through a big dip in my career where I was considering quitting. I just wasn't winning anything, and it was like I'm doing so much and I'm trying my best. In Major 2, we didn't qualify for the Grands, which just isn't good enough, so I knew change needed to happen. In 2023, I've been struggling to find a duo that I'm fit with and I want to stay with, so I've been changing around a lot, and that causes a lot of mistakes. This season, I've found motivation, I've found my old self back, and I'm finding every little mistake.
Whenever you're a newly formed duo, you're really starting to feel that pressure. Pink and Vico, they're doing their best to stay in this one.
If I do make it, it'll be a chance to prove myself for the failure of last season. Inshallah, I come first in Copenhagen.
it's over before it started. I see the plot. Any opponent oppose against me, I'm digging plots. Many men wishing death on me. 50 Cent, got it, I'm a Teflon when you see me in the trench. Take your shot, we gon' bang it out. I'm unstoppable.
Well, here we go. Hello there and welcome into FNCS EU Week 1 qualifier. This is what it's all about here. This is massive and you guys in for a thrill, I trust me. My name is Adam Savage. Great to have you here as host, but joining me here in our underground layer are the one and only 11-2K Mini Miner. Come on in here, fellas. We have got so much to look forward to here. 11, we're back. It feels like Global Finals was yesterday. We're doing it all over again. We start afresh and we are excited, my friend.
Oh, I'm so happy to be back, man. The community has been waiting. It feels like so long since we've had an FNCS competition, and I know everybody has been playing Chapter 5 and are ready and raring to go for the season.
Yeah, I think it's been nearly 200 days, I think I saw a stat, since we last had an open FNCS, so I know the players out there, they're ready. You guys at home, I hope, are ready as well, because we are certainly ready to be back, and I'm hyped to be back.
I know there's so much to talk about. It's obviously a brand new chapter. You mentioned the map's different, POIs are different, duos different as well. 11. We've got a lot to look forward to here.
Oh yeah, so much. I mean, players have had time to sort of figure things out, get used to the season, figure out what's the best sort of strategy and tactics going into FNCS.
I certainly have. I mean, we got so much to break down for you guys as well here. Obviously, what's coming your way, the different lobbies, the duos in action as well. We'll do it all for you. We got you. Do not worry about this. Let's actually take a look at one of the duos that everyone is talking about right now. Mini, we've got to bring them into the forefront of our minds. It is the almighty King and Phaser. They have joined a brand new region. I mean, this is going to be explosive. What can we look forward to?
We can look forward to some very aggressive gameplay, right? This is a team that, of course, moved over from the Brazilian region, multi-time FNCS championships between them, and this is one of those duos that are going to be a big question mark for this season. How are they going to fare in the biggest region in Fortnite? They've started pretty well so far, 11, 18th in their first duo cash cup, well contested as well, and I must say, King might be challenging for the best sniper in Europe with the title, because Thomas HD, I mean, he's on a bit of a run right now, but King is something different with that sniper.
Yeah, no, 100%. When it comes to skill level, there is no doubt in my mind King and Phaser are up there with anybody else in the region. You know, I've asked some of their biggest competitors, what do you think about these guys' skill level based off of playing creative with them? And everyone seems to tell me these guys are on it. They are top players. The question will be, can they adapt to the tactical level of EU? The small details are the difference between the best players in the lobby versus everybody else. Can they figure those things out over the course of the year? If they can, they'll be at Globals no matter what.
I can't wait to see exactly how it all happens. And also, Thomas actually was spitting feathers there. You said that King could outbeat him sniper-wise, but it's all to play for this year. It's Major 1, but we're excited for this. Let's have a look at another duo as well here. Veno and Tayson. Of course, these are fragging maestros here, 11. They are an unstoppable tour de force. Do you think they can go all the way, though?
Absolutely, man. Look who we're talking about here. We're talking about two of my favorite players. Tayson, one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest of all time. Veno, over the past 2 years, in my opinion, has been the undisputed best player in the world. Legendary player, the run he's been on. The combination of these two players you'd think is an easy FNCS dub. However, it's been a bit of a rocky start. Many things haven't been going as hot as you'd maybe expected from these two. Not necessarily on the same page when it comes to things like, you know, practice and strategy. Rumors of them maybe splitting up before they've even played a second of FNCS. A lot of people be watching to see how these guys do.
I mean, yeah, this is a star-studded duo, right? And we expect these guys to do absolutely incredible. Towards the latter stages of Chapter 4, last chapter, we didn't get to see the best of both of these players, right? We didn't get to see their peak. So hopefully now they can sort of rekindle that. So far, though, they've been pretty good. 7th in one of the duo cash cut weeks. They're looking pretty solid. They need to try and amp that up, though, for FNCS.
Yes, they certainly do here. Another duo, newly formed. We cannot wait to see how they fare here. The Serbian and the Dane, Thomas HD and Queasy. Again, Mini, this is a team that we're just really elated to see here. We expect big things. We're expecting fireworks, baby.
Yeah, I'm expecting fireworks as well. This is two of the most experienced players on the region, two of the best players in the region as well, combining Thomas HD, his fragging ability, his aim, and of course the IGLing brain of Queasy himself. There's a lot of question marks about this duo from my perspective. How are they going to play? What's their play style going to be like going into FNCS? Because we know Queasy being such a height-dominant player, but he's developed so much as well, so it'll be interesting to see how Thomas HD can impact the way he plays. So far, hasn't quite been the best start for them. They've had a 23rd in their only duo Cash Cup final of the season. But of course, Levin, this is a duo that are not strangers to each other, so we expect some development here.
Not at all, right? I think the slow start can be explained a lot by Queasy just being on holiday for one. He's been unwinding. But for the most part as well, you look at these two, so much rapport amongst each other. They played back in the day in trio times with Anas, and since then they've wanted to play with each other for so long. A lot of people don't know this, but back before Queasy started playing with Veno and Thomas was playing with Trippin, Queasy had asked Thomas, yo, can we play, bro? Like, I know you're playing with Trippin, but I'd love to play with you. Thomas said, nah, we gotta wait, and now they're here together. I think they'll be a wonderful, wonderful pairing.
Yeah, will it be? Will it be the first time for Thomas HD to go all the way? We'll have to find out here. All the M's now: monstrous, magnificent, majestic, Mustache and Malabuka. We've got to talk about this duo as well. They're reformed. They're together again here. Levin, what can we expect from this gruesome twosome?
Fireworks, man. If you never got the chance to watch Malabuka and Mustache back in the day, you are blessed that they're now together again, because this is one of the most entertaining duos in all of Fortnite history. They always find a way to get high eliminations, crazy mid-ground moments all throughout FNCS seasons. Of course, now Mustache has got an FNCS championship to his name, so he'll be a lot more confident, which is a scary sight for everybody else. And Malabuka still with that chip on his shoulder. I think the drive, the hunger from these guys is going to be more than ever, and I'm so excited to see just how they do coming out of fencing.
Yeah, one of the key elements about this duo is they struggled a little bit off spawn in previous seasons, all the way back in Chapter 3 when they were back together. And I think for them, they were just able just to overcome those issues by having absolutely incredible endgames. So I hope to see nothing less of that in this competition today.
Yeah, they are seriously dangerous. We can't wait to see what they get up to as well here. Of course, in our underground layer, it's not just the three of us here on the desk. We're joined by the voices of the action as well here. It's Takata and Jacob join us right now. Fellas, what are you looking forward to so much to get hyped for?
Thank you so much, Adam. Look, I'm looking forward to Mongrel and Mr. Savage. When you think about EU competitive Fortnite history, the lore of competitive, you could think MMB, Mongol Mitro Benji. But when you think Mongrel and Mr. Savage, we have not actually seen them compete together as a duo in an event of this caliber. They've played trios way back in the days, year ago, but Chapter 5, Major 1, years later now, duoed together and made round 4 in the first qualifier. I mean, Jacob, it shows why they have the respect that they do in EU competitive.
I think we've seen a ton of Mr. Savage last year, qualifying for the Global Championship, clutching up big in the lower bracket as well to secure his spot in that finals. But it's Mongrel, and I just think to myself, finally Mongrel has come back to FNCS, teamed up with Mr. Savage, and without a doubt, this is the most electrifying duo in Fortnite esports right now. And I just hope, Takata, I hope people didn't fill up on dinner, lunch, or breakfast just yet, because we are in for a treat being able to watch this duo compete here today.
Look, we are in for a delicious treat, but before that, let's go back to Levin, Adam, and Mini.
Thank you, guys. I don't know about you two, Levin, Mini, but I'm full up on affection for those two fellas. They're just the best. They're just the best. I can't wait to hear them.
I think they're Mongrel fans. Something tells me they're Mongrel fans.
Just a bit. Let's actually talk, there's loads of new viewers here as well as veteran viewers as well of FNCS. And one thing I really want to talk about before we get into the action here as well is about the new meta. Let's talk about mobility first and foremost here as well. Mini, walk us through what can we expect to see here in terms of rotations, traversal, what items are up for grabs here, infantry style. Let us know all the good stuff.
Yeah, well, typically in Fortnite for the last couple of chapters or so, we've had that one mobility item, that one mobility method that teams often use, thinking of the hammer, thinking of the kinetic blade. But now we have a little bit of a mix-up and a little bit of a mixture of different ways that teams are going to be able to use their mobility items. We have, of course, those Flowberry Fizz items combining with those Crash Pad Juniors. We see some teams that are trying to make it happen. I think there's a little bit of adjustment for these teams that are trying to make it work. And these mid-game rotations, combining the Flowberry Fizz with that Crash Pad Junior, can just send you absolutely miles, Levin.
Yeah, 100%. I think the key to understanding mobility and movement in Fortnite is very, very simple, ladies and gentlemen, is this. Use thing to move far without material. It comes down to that. And so players always are looking for combinations to do that. And this season, there are so many of these cool combinations. We're seeing people making use of the Flowberry Fizzes as well as the grapplers, right? All these different items pairing together, and it allows you to, sort of traverse so much distance. And that means you save so many more materials that you then use in the deeper stages of the game. It's what makes the best teams, their ability to conserve those materials for the most important moments.
That's right. One team, I really want to highlight another duo here because they just seem to find new ways every season, every chapter to succeed so unbelievably spectacularly here. Of course, the Polish Princes, the Polish Panthers, Cammy and Seti. Playstyle-wise, Mini, what is it that makes them so darn special?
Well, I mean, you hit the nail on the head right there. They always seem to find a way. They always seem to find some new strategies that just blow our minds every single season. And every single meta, they seem to just thrive in. No matter whether it's a high ground meta, low ground meta, they always seem to evolve as a duo. And this season, this chapter is absolutely no different. We're seeing yet another Cammy split drop spot that is working so well for them. Even still, the little strategies once again, using the EMPs to actually fish, which I didn't even know you could do until a couple of weeks ago when I was looking into this team, and having so much metal at this drop spot. It's just a staple element of their drop spot. And you can see, of course, them using those EMPs yet again to get that gold. It's every single element, every single strategy that they implement here, Levin, is just to perfection. And it sets them up perfectly for the mid game and end game.
Yeah, 100%. I think, the ability to just always come up with a new plan, a new strategy, no matter what, it's so fun to watch. And I think a lot of the teams in the EU right now are looking at these guys and trying to figure out, okay, what are these guys doing early on, right? Early doors, what are these guys doing to get an advantage? That's how we can step up and get an advantage. And we're seeing it right here, right? Cammy, Seti, making sure they're always in proximity of a vending machine to be able to, sort of get heals, to be able to trade surge. And if it isn't a vending machine, it's going to be a hut with some barrels. We know there's so many of those on the map this season. And then, of course, Mini, we already talked about earlier, these rotations in endgame, so prevalent, so effective and efficient. And for me, one thing I've loved about these two is the form they're in, right? Cammy has got his firing boots on. He has been in, the form of his life, maybe you'd say, hitting shots whenever, leading at times in endgame as well is something that we're seeing from them. The ability to switch things up there is also key to why they're successful. Another season where Cammy and Seti look like one of the strongest teams going into it. How many years have I been saying that for?
Never ends.
I mean,
it never ends.
Yeah. They won the last Euro Cash Cup as well going into this FNCS, so it's like, they're on good form. They're really looking good. And I think I had a few questions about them going into this FNCS. Can they keep up that same momentum? Can they still do it? And it seems like, yet again, they're still being able to stay at the top of their game. And as we just broke down right there, the strategies that they're implementing, there's still even more that we could have talked about. We could have gone on for hours and hours and hours breaking down how good they really are, but expect to see some of that today.
Definitely. And I think as well, if I'm not mistaken, it's Cammy's birthday this weekend too, so the ultimate present. I mean, getting the top score, the top of the leaderboard, be massive. Before we get into the action, fellas, what about expectations first and foremost here? What do you expect to happen this weekend, Levin? What does your crystal ball tell you?
My crystal ball, I say Mongrel masterclass. That's what I want to see, because I'm seeing all the hype. I'm seeing all the people going, oh my gosh, I want Mongrel to do well, but I feel like we're close. We haven't quite had that performance that's made me go, oh, maybe they are actually a threat in the finals this season. So hopefully we get to see my boys Mongrel and Savage do incredibly well today.
I want to see that. I mean, thinking about the whole day as a whole, I want to see some W keying action. I want to see some high eliminations because, as we mentioned earlier, this is not just a single lobby format. We have 250 teams that are going to be competing in this round 4. So it gives some opportunity for teams that maybe do want to go for those higher elimination games to go ahead and do that, because they do, of course, have 10 games today. Definitely going to switch up the format. Definitely going to switch up the way that teams think. And I want to see maybe some 20 bombs today. Why not? I want to see it happen.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Leather, to your face on 20 bombs. Okay, yep, that could be a thing. That could be a thing.
We'll see.
Do you think players are going to be playing for those eliminations? Obviously, we say consistency is key, and the combination of both that and standings. But what is? Do you think, in your personal opinion, what is most important today, points-wise? Is it about those standings, or is it about eliminations? Where would you focus your attention on week 1?
It's always a combination of both, right? At the end of the day, players are playing for, you know, series points. You want to be as high as you can be. I think the sort of flow of the games is going to be very different, right? From a playing perspective, it's not what you typically associate a round 4 with being. So I think we'll see players almost treat it maybe even like a more competitive cash cut, maybe, right? You know those type of vibes. You have to understand how to play the tournament over a couple hours rather than just playing one specific lobby.
That's right. That's right. Right, I'm here getting news and word here right now that we are almost ready for this. We have so much to bring you to look forward to as well here at home. Let's do it. Let's jump on in. The battle bus is being boarded as we speak. Let's head on over to our incredible casters. It's Takata and Jacob. Let's go, boys. It's go time.
Thank you so much, Adam. We're back in business here, Jacob. We casted a while back, and now here we are back once again in a first-time seen format for the FNCS. 250 duos for round 4. 5 different lobbies being played out at the same time. How are you feeling, Jacob?
I mean, I felt a moment ago that I was fine and dandy, but now the games are right before our very eyes. I'm getting a little antsy. I'm getting a little nervous. Let me tell you that. There's so many superstars on this region, returning duos, new duos, unretired teams as well. So we're definitely in for a treat, and the pressure is definitely on. Some performances throughout a couple of these rounds, we've seen some shaky performances, but we've also seen some stellar performances as well. Throughout these next couple weeks, the most important thing is consistency, and it's going to be a mental struggle for some of these teams to remain as consistent as they are, but the ones who do, that's where it's going to pay off tenfold. You're going to get your berth into the upper bracket side of things.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about nerves, Jacob, but the players should be the ones that are feeling those nerves as well. But there are some duos that are probably feeling confident. Malibuka Merstash all the way in first place from the 3rd round. Mongrel, Mr. Savage, we talked about them qualified. King Phaser barely scraped their way in there. I think they finished 214 points, just above the cutoff. So the good news is a lot of the big names are here. They're going to be getting into the action. And like you said, for that upper bracket, you will have to get top 50 in terms of consistency. Lower 200 will go into the lower bracket, so consistency is key, but this is just the start, Jacob.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, we're making it sound just a little bit too easy. Consistency is key. This is much different than a typical finals lobby that we've seen in the past, where it's your 50 set duos. You know exactly where everybody's going to land. You're able to VOD review, plan, figure out where they're going, but that is all out the window because the battle bus is ready and game 1 starts now.
Players are loaded on up, dropping in. I see Scram, I see Nako dropping in. Nako actually qualified in his last match from round 3. Clutched it up with the victory royale. This is it, Jacob.
Definitely is. I got just as excited with Naku over on EU. You know, even though I am Jacob PR, I got a little Spain in me as well. So that's one of the brothers over on EU that I kind of root for. And already you're seeing a little bit of a struggle, but it is going to be a trade. Srapped is going to be the first one that goes down. The bait and switch. Maybank goes and takes charge, and Naku and Maybank go ahead and win the first exchange of our finals lobbies.
Huge way to start off the momentum. But look, the good news for Scram, as we talked about it, there's 5 different lobbies going on. Normally, in a set 1 lobby format, they'd have to wait the whole match to play game 2, but now they can just queue on up again. All the other players that maybe it didn't go their way in the early game will get into the same match, and they can get right back into the action. So you kind of can keep that momentum going, but hopefully you want it to be positive momentum and not momentum of losing the early game.
Yeah, and this, you're exactly seeing the double-edged sword of these style of lobbies. 1 team contested, 1 team uncontested over towards Classic Courts. And there was a ton of loot over on that side of the map, so uncontested is truly going to be a blessing. But let's talk about the entrance of our POI Snooty Steps. You go ahead and get access to that mythic hammer pump. You get access to the medallion as well, which grants you shields up to 50 as long as you don't have any. Similar effect towards the mini. His Axe Force is already down. Roban trying to go ahead and make up for lost time. And the tricky thing for him, a little bit of a blessing and a curse, is because there's so many NPCs nearby, they may not exactly know where he's positioned at.
You can see how many duos were in the surrounding area as well, making it even that much more difficult to make your decisions early on. But for Marco and Vision here, they've decided to quickly keep on rotating through, continuing with their loot path. What's crucial in these higher tier lobbies is having that early game planned out, having your loot path planned out, and the rotations depending on your opponents. But when you're in 5 different lobbies, you don't know exactly which opponents you're going to be facing against, so you can't calculate as much.
Yeah, looking at the drop spot, you've seen some of these POIs having as much as 5 different players, but Snowy's goes down. Great effort trying to break into the box, but it's just not enough. A trade, and things turn on its side just like that. He's and gets a big double elimination. Persians coming up big, saving the day for him and Snowy. And that's the thing as well. We talk about so many different teams being able to potentially contest these POIs. It is so hard to prepare for one team, let alone the potential for 5 different teams. And that's exactly how things will play out.
Things shaking up at Reckless Railways. Gotta be careful there as we switch on over. Fan favorites, Mr. Savage Mongrel, who look to have a pretty peaceful start here. No elims to their name, but a lot of time to fish around. We saw, like Cammy and Seti, you can use those shield breaker EMPs to loot or fish more efficiently, sorry. But switching back over to iDrop here alongside Nebs, got themselves into an engagement. The good news is they did get that first elimination, gives them that player advantage, 2 versus 1. But you can see Moneymaker putting on his boxing gloves, might be ready for that third party soon.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to look for some heals, so that way he could make that trek over towards the southern portion where they are fighting at. But that is going to be the blessing, is the fact that he was so weak to begin with. He doesn't have the same flexibility as he normally would. Nebs and iDrop able to win the exchange for now. It's not over just yet, as Luis looks like he's just trying to hide, bypass, because zone will push them out eventually. Seti and Cammy, the split drop, but there's so much action going around. Seti's going to be the first one knocked. That's Nova who gets credit for that one, and that is a big elimination early. You heard both Mini Miner and Levin kind of talk about the success they've already been finding for a possible 3rd consecutive year. And for them, I wouldn't be too worried with them going down early, because I feel like Cammy, with the success he's had and the experience he's able to gain over the last couple of years, it's not too much of a worry, but it does put at least a little bit of a tweak in their game plan.
Look, it might mess up the momentum a bit, but like you said, they're veterans. They know how to handle these situations. They've been in these situations countless times. But you know, you gotta say, Cammy's gotta be feeling a bit nervous, crouched up in a corner here. You never really know what your opponent might be thinking. Good news is we have the pros of seeing that mini-map with the opponents on it, so we can see that they have disengaged, and Cammy now has a bit more flexibility. But the question is, how long is he going to be staying here as the zone closes in? Next zone appears. The surrounding area gets smaller and smaller, and the opponents get closer and closer.
And this is what happens in these style of lobbies. I think a lot of players feel a different amount of confidence than they normally would. We tune into Eclipse and Dexy getting another elimination on the Wolvex. His teammate long gone. You got to imagine that might be him on the mini-map on the outskirts towards the west side. Just trying to find some loot. Have plenty of time in this game trying to backtrack for that reboot card. As long as Eclipse and Dexy choose not to camp it, but a nice snipe like that's going to give them confidence to continue to push on over. But not just yet in their plan. That team is going to be able to disengage, keep their game going. For Eclipse and Dexy, at least that's something for their surge.
We can see what happened here with Cammy, as it looks like it might... Oh,
no way.
No way. I thought it was over. I thought it was over. They jumped over Cammy. They used him like a little stepping stone to get over the ridge, and they still didn't see him, Jacob.
I just imagine Seti in his ear, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, as Cammy just narrowly escapes. And those are the moments right there, though. Sometimes it's a big impact moment, you get elimination, a huge refresh. Well, it's that moment right there. If Cammy and Seti could come back, we'll say, hey, it was because he hid just like a rock between a mountain, any crevice you can hang on to. He found some success as iDrop and Nebs rotating around the map. And you can see, I think they have their lines of sight towards the right side of the overall map where there's less people actually contesting it, plus there's static launch pads to give you that mobility.
All about making use of that natural environmental mobility, launch pads, rifts, you've got it all, but right now mobility isn't a key factor for iDrop here as he's forced into a situation where he does not have the advantage. He has to make something happen to come out on top. He does have the positional one, but with the 1 versus 2, it makes it that much more difficult. As he tries to make a disengagement here, drops down below to the dirt, close to the water, but is he going to be able to make it? How hungry is his prey right now?
Looks like he's just kind of getting pushed around a little bit from everybody else, not really having the flexibility to choose what he wants to do. And they actually do see him trying to heal up, so they got to know that he is weak. So now they're on the chase, especially with the grapple blade. They're going to be able to cover distance rather quickly, and the cut back from iDrop trying to catch him off guard. And this is his best chance. Try to separate both of these players into 2 separate 1v1s, but the damage is just insurmountable. Too much for iDrop to overcome. He's going to go down and get sent back to the lobby for another game to queue up.
Only so much you can do, but the non-stop action continues as Cammy now, he was camouflaged into the rock, but looks like when he's in the water, he can't turn into a fish as now they found him. The hunt continues, another chase. Good news, has the grapple blade, has that mobility to try and escape, but so does his opponents as they continue to hunt Cammy down. How long will this go on for? Being out of the zone, delaying as much as possible as Cammy gets cracked, and now that is ultimately gonna become his fate.
Honestly, Takata, that doesn't worry me too much. You know, Cammy and Seti, they've had slow starts before and still have been able to burst up the leaderboard in no time. But we'll see. We'll see how the day goes on, because a different format, different set of skills is going to be required overall, as Creox just seems to be under siege down low, even explosions popping off. Needs a little help there to kind of finish that one off. Even QB taking some shots from the high ground. And this is what happens when you don't or aren't able to really pinpoint your opponent's location right out of the gate. They get that early advantage in terms of damage. I just want to see them end this fight rather quickly and not let these eliminations escape through their hands.
The 2 versus 2, good news is there's not too many opponents close by, so it should be a fair fight for the time being. The question is, like you said, how long will they continue to take these shots before making more of an aggressive play? As it looks like Chekeni, Ryuga, they might want to just disengage. They have the grapple blades. They don't want to take any risks. They did have the HP and shield advantage, had their opponents boxed down below. Feeling a bit scared, but you know, you don't want to take these risks if they're unnecessary. As now they continue to climb up the snowy mountain and can look around and kind of see how their opponents have been rotating and what options they might have even for a bit more tags. But back to Mr. Savage Mongrel. Looks like they got a cache. Still no elims to their name. Wondering how much damage they might have at this point. They have crossed quite a few duos. That looks like they're already on their surge path. Up above on ridges, mountains, hills, anywhere that gives them a good line of sight to their opponents. But for Mongrel and Savage, they're just going to keep rotating through.
It's interesting to see their loadout, that they're not really carrying any mobility. As we jump into another fight, Sardox is going to go down. But even the team right before our very eyes, Shady and Krayer, they have their grapple blades. That's something we've seen almost all season long, whether you're using your Flowberry Fizz rotates, you mix it with a grappled launch pad or a crash pad. There's at least something in your inventory that allows you to close or create distance rather quickly. So interested to see how some of these teams in general will perform without it. And you're seeing so many different variations, even Ugle choosing to grab the grapple blade, mix it in with a sniper. And I think even with the nerfs to the sniper, in the right person's hands, it still packs a punch and can change a game plan in a moment's notice.
I mean, when you have that one shot to the head, even with the new change in bullet drop, travel time, these players, they're veterans. They're elite in Fortnite competitive. They spend the time practicing to hit those shots, and all it takes is that one headshot to give you a huge advantage, the upper hand in the engagement. As we switch over to Fistroki Hijo now, looking like they want a little bit of that action, that chaos, as they continue to take pop shots.
Polish Jeff with his position. They're almost like in a square split. Got to be careful for all angles.
Ooh.
He's going to try to break into the box. Fastroki was on the tail end of that one, but luckily for him, he's narrowly able to escape and create some distance. Hydro's there to reunite, and that's what's going to be important. Have to be able to play defensively. Jeff almost taking first wall. Cone's there. The fire's going to be shot back, but Jeff goes down and up out at the same time to take down his opponents. And that's the most important thing with the fight. It's changing directions, changing these different elevations so your opponent doesn't know exactly where you're coming from. And that was played absolutely perfect.
Polish Jeff with that confidence too. You saw it. I mean, Hydro, Fastroki were taking some pop shots, were playing slow, but Jeff did not care. Went straight in, played for that aggression. That's now mid-map objective showing up here. Island has appeared. Snozy now looking to get on up, as Artist and Hoodie though are close by, taking shots. Huge connections from Artist here, but not enough to play aggressive, but it is enough to hopefully start capturing the flag and maintain the box up here.
Yep. And you can see they're going to be the first team to actually go for Loot Island. Everybody else right now, if it's in your mind to not try to contest that, you need to make that conscientious decision rather quickly, because 4th zone, 5th zone, when Rift Island has the chance to be inside, the next couple will force Rift Island outside of the zone, whether if it's a far pull on the 50-50 or a short pull setting up. These teams need to start making that conscientious decision around their positioning and where they're actually going to land here in the zone. Some may have a little bit more flexibility than others, as Gripey outside of zone for now. Does have 2 med kits, so he's gonna have an opportunity to make it in, but with 2 different teams acting like gatekeepers, how far he's gonna make it in is a whole different question.
Difficulty levels increasing here as this rotate continues, but taking a back look at Vico, Pink, taking out Kylie here. This is how Gripey lost his duo partner. And look at this, Jacob. The action might be starting. All it takes is one shot from the Reaper. Send his opponents to the Shadow Realm. Does not connect. As now, you can see the quick decision to just continue rotating when you have this sniper rifle in hand. If you're unable to connect that first shot, it's not worth it to make a full engagement from the scenario without even a tag. And you can see how quickly they change their mind, as now they just continue farming on up, rotating. Only 6 shots as well in the chamber for Mr. Savage. But they're relaxed, you know, they're just rotating, doing their thing, not stressed yet.
It's like you could see their experience in real time. You know, you can easily try to go ahead and play aggressive W key, especially in a lobby style just like this, but they know exactly which fights they want to take and which ones they don't. As we tune back into Vico and Pink, they found that elimination onto Gripey, so they get sent back to the lobby. So their game here in this first one has come to an end, but luckily they can queue right back on up and continue things off. But this is how they were able to get the elimination, the multiple angles. Pink down low, Vico coming from the top, and they just sandwich him and eat him up.
The 2-on-1 is always difficult. Now 4 elims for Vico and Pink, so they're feeling pretty good getting here into the later half of the mid game. Meanwhile, Active Pixel, the duel, going straight into the engagement here, cracking their opponent, leaving them very low, but you got to be careful of your surroundings. Aim is not a missing factor for the enemies around them, as now they're forced to take a step back, heal up, get the shield back. No medallion to them, so they do have to use the minis, the bigs, which isn't infinite. Like if they were to have the medallion like Zane here, you can see healing up to 50. They can just drop it back and forth between each other, depending on who needs shield, who doesn't. As now, what a loadout as well. Mythic, Striker AR, Grapple Blade, Sniper, Medallion. I mean, that's the position you want to be in.
Yeah, the only thing that's kind of missing now between the duo is some HP to kind of regain. One of them actually needs it, the other one not so much, but You can see everybody kind of getting jam-packed closer and closer together. And this is the stage of the game to where everybody is forced to be in close proximity with one another. So those exchanges that you were freely able to take early on in the game are not as safe as they once were. So being able to peek through the cone like CZB and Nathan are currently doing, getting some information of where everybody's going to be before the next zone pulls all the way towards the western side of the map in the first 50-50 of the day.
Now the duo's planning out. What's that decision? What's that rotate gonna look like? You can see at the bottom right, a lot of them choosing to go up north, hoping to not find as many duos looking back at them who have already been placed inside of the zone. For Strand and Kovacs, though, they were fortunate enough to pull that zone, as now they have the freedom to look around at the duos rotating in, take some shots, do some damage.
And I ask you a question real quick. The zone's on the 50-50 right now. Obviously, that Eastern Tide is going to get stacked. Does Takada move over when the zone opens up? Like, what situation makes you go for that space versus not going for the space?
Look, if you're comfortable on loot, if you're comfortable on damage, and you don't want to hold these people on the edge, you can play for that full position. If you have the materials to possibly take an advantageous position on the moving zones, you can go early. But for a lot of people who've already built up their boxes, who don't want to use more materials to rotate, they just have the freedom to stay here, take those shots, do the damage. And it's all depending on the situation they were in beforehand and the playstyle they want to continue with. But when you don't have options, and your duos like Artists, like Hudi here, who are going to make use of this crash pad, rotate, possibly combining the Flowberry. We talked about it. Mini talked about it. Unfortunately, though, their idea has been shot down, literally. No more crash pad left. Have to use a second one now, as their opponents keep taking shots at it. You gotta be cautious.
And that's the thing, man. You can think outside of the box all you want, but if your crash pad is also outside of that box, that is what's going to happen 10 times out of 10. It just goes to show how aware everybody is in this lobby and how much they're learning with each and every one of these new techniques that do come out. So, I mean, great wherewithal for them to learn it, but even better for the lobby to kind of spot that one out and shut it down before it started as Sky moved. Able to find a huge impact elimination there on a player separated from his duo, because him being a solo, those materials, all that resources is so crucial for the rest of this game.
Back on Mongrel and Mr. Savage now. Already positioned themselves in zone. Still have a good amount of consumables, good amount of materials. I love that they're positioned here on the ridge as well, on the mountain. So they are elevated compared to a majority of the other duos who are rotating on under the train tracks. And it gives them that advantage if the zone does start pulling more towards the east. As now reinforcements come through, they've got a lot of space to work with.
This might be too soon to tell, but I see the zone right now going over towards the train tracks. We might have our first FNCS victory train lap if somebody's able to come out on top. And that's one of the things you really just have to be conscientious of a lot of these changes, because if you're in that zone, especially towards moving zones, and you're trying to build and the train comes crashing through and you're not prepared with elevation or at least a plan B, that's when everything is going to come crumbling sideways. As you see in the elimination feed, Polish Asian Jeff gets taken down. Unfortunate, especially with how good of a move he just pulled, but you're seeing just a couple of teams over on this side of zone. Elevation's already been found by Cringe and Noms. Some of the most elevation in the lobby. There might be a few teams around that have just a little bit more.
Train, you can see, is going through the tracks right now. Hopefully not going to run into any of the opponents here that were built up on the train tracks. I'd hope they would have made that decision beforehand. As now K's, though, in the chaos. Bullets coming in from all the duos that are already based up. But Nova and his duo partner will pick up that knock, will refresh all that loot that they were missing, but fortunately enough, they aren't missing too much at all. Have the 3 medkits, have the shields, have the full materials, as now zone has appeared. 8th zone, southwest side of the map here. Good news for a majority of the duos down south, but the few that were up north, you can see now deciding if they rotate on that dead side to just go through the pile of players who are stacked up on the east.
Yeah, you talked about that west side being the slower side. There's one duo that's just taking that opportunity in stride, rotating all the way around. Nobody even really looking in their direction throughout the majority of this rotate. Finally, Nova and Phalanx are going to get the memo, begin to rotate themselves, but 93 above the damage threshold. They don't have to worry about Surge for now, but it's something that will be looming in the back of their mind until a couple more players can go down. But with high ground that isn't so high for now, Uguay and TJ, they're able to get the first knock on a couple of players trying to rotate in towards zone, and that is what happens when you beat everybody to the punch. You have the luxury of looking back and just lighting up the playing field.
Already 8 elims for that duo, but a duo that was looking so bright now. The light has darkened as Pink is left alone. Vico with his 4 elims taken out. Good news. Using that Flowberry Fizz to get that mobility boost. Rotate on to the less congested side of the zone, and it even pulled towards Pink here. It's huge zone-wise, but after getting cracked now, he wants to move positions, doesn't want to get pushed by that duo. Big Shield comes through, has a med kit, has the Flowberry. Pink should be able to last a good amount of time here.
Yeah, great decision to slide down the mountain away from the zone. But what that did is moved him closer to other players so he wasn't going to be the focus. Because you know as well as I do, if you see one person tagging up a solo, you're just going to join the fray, even if you don't get the elimination. So Pink really thinking outside of the box, but high ground continues to be maintained by Uguay and TJ as they're just looking back to the side of zone, trying to tag anybody up before they make a chance to get there. But Mongrel and Savage, they've been scathing by a smooth and simple game, but they could be waiting for moments like this. Almost max mats for Mongrel alone.
Huge amount of materials, low amount of damage. Good news is that shouldn't be a difficulty for this duo. Now, on the side of the zone where all these other players are rotating through, opening up the floor to find those options, to find those tags, get that damage. Unfortunately enough, or fortunately enough, actually, they go up to 16 above, but how long are they going to be able to hold that? High ground
Not long.
has been taken. Marco, Fire Bro, now up above in the clouds, looking down below, connecting to those structures, making sure they can keep this elevated position. No Flowberry Fizz, no Grapple Blade though, so they can't go too high. Only 6 builds to work with as well as they scabber through.
Kind of called out their worst case scenario. No mobility, no way to really catch themselves, especially with the amount of elevation they have. But we move into our top 20. Cringe here as a solo. He lost Noms across the way, but Pink goes down as well, joins him back into the lobby. They're going to quickly try to queue up for another game as Mongrel and Mr. Savage. A bit quiet when it comes to eliminations, but this is the moment they could have a chance to pop off, quickly staying towards the front side of the zone, above everybody else, which gives them opportunities to peek down, but Savage gets ahead of himself momentarily. Luckily, he's able to get bailed out by Mongrel.
Huge refresh, recuperating materials, such a good amount. They could start looking up a little bit. They don't know that the high ground is low on mats, but if they start taking pop shots, see they're in wood, it could open up that opportunity to take height as Uguay, on the contrary, taking down the ground. Now, 4 elims to his name, duo partner with 3. High ground, trying to scavenge everything they can, manage up top. Nobody is taking shots at them. Nobody is contesting them. They have freedom right now, but for how long? 3 builds to work with, drop below, now crucial, in need of a refresh.
Yeah, this is where Firehunter has to go big. Marco actually did go down right next to him. This is not a good look. And now he's stuck by himself. No builds, no real opportunity. He's going to have to make something out of nothing here. And you see the thought process in action, staggering himself out of zone. Uguay and TJ go down, but Mongrel and Savage, with the mats that they've had and held on to for so long, they finally take the high ground, and at the perfect moment, too.
This is what they needed. They've used the materials to get up above, but they have it. They have height. They have the heal up with the floppers. They just need to get a bit more eliminations. I mean, 0 elims to the name. You know they want that combination of placement, as Phalanx now trying to play the heal off. It's so dominant in this current meta, using these med kits to stay up in zone. Give your time to think a little bit, figure out the next move, as Savage now has decided it's elim time. It's time to pick up these eliminations. 3 already to his name in an instant. as he continues back above.
Yeah, big pickup on those Siphon mats. Reunites with Mongrel as well at the top of the mountain. Everybody else down low in the mud, struggling to make it through. Kuriyama's going to go down. Phallic still being able to hold on strong. Ivasic is able to pop that first of 2 med kits, but time is running down. Final 5 teams left alive, with a couple more being dropped off towards the backside of the zone. Debule trying to reunite and hold on for his teammates, but another player is going to be dropped off. Mr. Savage and Mongrel, the return of Mongrel himself in his debut match in our FNCS Week 1 finals, leaves it to Savage towards the backside of his own, going for the heal off, but will he even need it? Yes, he will. Mongrel's not able to connect, but this one is done and dusted. Not enough heals as Mr. Savage wins this one by a mile.
Played by the books in the current meta. 2 med kits, 4 floppers. They had all the heals they needed. Mongrel just had to disrupt the low ground, take shots, do damage, try and elim as many opponents as possible, and that is exactly what happened. Game 1, the duo is looking strong with the VR.
Yeah, throughout the course of that game, it was Mongrel that had the floppers for so long in his inventory. You see the shield fields there for Mr. Savage, but as soon as they got to the last portion of the game, they switched up their win condition, they switched up their roles, and played it to perfection to win this game. Even with Mongrel going down right towards the outside, there was more than enough heals on the back of Mr. Savage for him to last a lifetime. That's going to be game 1 for our EU superstars, but I'm going to throw it on over to 3 other superstars, Levin, Minnie, and Adam, to break it all down.
Thank you very much, fellas. Mongrel and Mr. Savage, can you believe? We talked about it at the top of the show, and they delivered the goods there, winning the first game here on the broadcast. We were talking about this, fellas. We were talking, saying, hey, you know, they've done well. They've kind of managed to utilize, rotate well. They've kept above Storm Surge. You know, no elimination to speak of, but they've done enough. Levin, suddenly they deliver big time. They go big all the way, get the Victory Royale, 3 eliminations. I mean, job done. Great start to the competition.
I mean, it doesn't get better than that. Hundreds and thousands of people watching all around the world, and they deliver the goods. I mean, it is Fortnite heritage we are seeing here on our screens. Mr. Savage and Mongrel doing so well, Mini. And I think for me, the most impressive thing for me throughout this game was seeing Mr. Savage at work in that endgame. The way he led them throughout some of those layers, the height take towards the end as well. Like, I really do think we are seeing a Mr. Savage that is possessed. He wants to show, no, I'm not just here to focus on content and play with Mongrel and have fun. I'm here to win.
Yeah, because Mr. Savage, right, he's developing into such a great IGL. He's been such a great IGL for a long time as well. And for a little bit ago, he sort of was thinking, maybe I go into the more Fragger role. Maybe I go into playing with Pink and playing in that more aggressive Fragger style role. But no, he's leading the way absolutely perfectly right now. He deserves so much credit for the way he's doing it. But I also want to give Mongrel some credit as well in that end game, because they were below on Surge, 50 below there at one point. And it's very, very easy, particularly for a player that hasn't had the experience of the last couple of chapters in Mongrel, just to go, I'm just going to hop in. I'm just going to go straight into a box. I'm just going to get this Surge and just almost tunnel vision your way to try and get above Surge. He didn't do that. He didn't let his emotions get the better of him. He followed Savage perfectly well, and the high ground take was made to absolute perfection. Really great stuff from this duo, and let's be real, it was written in the stars. Game 1, Mongrel and Savage couldn't ask for any more.
Mongrel with a bit of discipline, man. Maybe the ice baths are working finally, you know what I mean? It's like the tactics.
The art of it, indeed.
They are indeed. Let's see exactly how that affects things in our competition here as we check out the standings on our leaderboard. And this is how it stands. Loads of teams competing right now, vying for points here. And Levin, we can already see that in 4th position, Mongrel and Savage, you just saw, are already in 4th place, but there's loads of other teams scoring big as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think no surprises with some of the names I'm looking at there. The likes of Janice and Flixie, Synod and Vanyak, who did very well in the Cash Cup before this. Unfortunately, didn't get the win like they would have wanted. But a lot of nice names here to start off the competition. And I think the key thing that we will sort of have to note for everybody, Minnie, is the fact that a lot of these games, right, because of the nature of how many players are playing in the different lobbies, you might have one game where you're uncon, things look good. Next game, boom, someone's contesting you, everything derailed, the whole game plan has to change.
Yeah, that really is a great point, because you just never know what's going to happen in each of the lobbies, right? It's not even just the teams that are contesting you versus not contesting you. It's also the whole landscape of the lobby around you, right? So many different lobbies play out in different ways. One game you could be uncontested, but a team rotates in quickly and tries to take you out. Another game you could be contested by 3 or 4 teams. Anything can happen. So in this particular style of lobbies, they have to be very, very careful and keep that momentum going.
Yeah, let's have a look at some highlights from our previous game as well, just to kind of catch you up to speed if you just joined us here as well. Let's take a look at this right now. I mean, fellas, experience obviously plays an important part of this too. We must take that into account because, as you said, it is incredible that so many teams being featured on the official broadcast here in the lobbies right now. And, you know, Mongrel and, you know, Mr. Savage, they know how to manage these games so effectively, as do other teams out there as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I look at, you know, Fibro and Marco here on our screens. For people who maybe aren't too familiar, these are two players very well experienced in the FNCS here in EU. Fibro, especially a player who, you know, many seasons ago, we'd see him up on high ground, so we know he likes to play up here. It's a matter of, you know, this season as a duo, do those two have the right fundamentals to be able to hold off against the likes of the Mongrels and Mr. Savages who are going to try to take it off of them?
Yeah, height is such a big moment and a big potential for wins this season, right? If you do get that high ground at the right moment, you have those heals, it's almost a guaranteed win with that heal off at the end. So you can see what they're trying to do there in that end game. You can see they're trying to set up for height very, very well, but there was that other team that came in and tried to spoil the party. And that's where things can get a little bit disjointed, particularly if your teammate is not quite as confident in fighting, or maybe the duo's not quite got that chemistry locked down. That's where they're going to struggle with taking out and choosing who to take out individual players, trying to go for those high ground takes and holds in this instance. So I think we'll see a little bit more from that duo, and I'm excited to see how players like Marco, players like Fibro can develop throughout the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, we see top of our leaderboard there as well. 12 eliminations in the first game there for Janice's duo, which is incredible, really, when you think about it. You know, straight off the bat, we saw 3 eliminations from Mr. Savage and Mongrel was one thing, but 12 in that very first game. Having that kind of catapult you to the top there, if you can sustain that, for the course of the next couple of hours, I mean, you're in a really good position going into week 2 here, Levin.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I would even think about sustaining that. That's a really good start. You know what I mean? Like, if you can sustain that, we might have to have a different conversation. You might be about to win the whole FNCS if you can sustain that level of play. But I mean, look, 2 very experienced players there.
Yeah, 2 very experienced players. It's not going to be easy to do, though. As we just mentioned, the lobbies are going to be different. 12 eliminations is good. Can they do it in the next few games? We'll have to wait and see how it goes.
Yeah, well, you want to see 20 bombs tonight. It could happen. It could still happen. We saw a 12 there. Guys, we're going to jump back into the action right now. The battle bus is ready to rock. Well, let's join Kevin and let's join Jacob again as we head back into the lobby. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, Adam. We are back and we are straight into the action, Jacob. A reminder, as there is 250 duos, 5 lobbies are being played simultaneously. So we have that opportunity to go straight into the action, straight into the late game, and going straight into Cammy and Seti's elimination. First elimination on the board.
Yep, if at first you don't succeed, you try again. I feel like that's been the motto of Cammy and Seti. Even when they have bad games, they always figure out a way to rise up from the ashes and pop off. And they found a big elimination late in the game, and it's usually late in these games where they begin to pop off in terms of elimination. So the first one's on the board to get the juices flowing. And you see all around the lobby, you're seeing the feed begin to light up, players going down, and I think this is a chance. A nice shot by Tayson, but in a 2v1 situation, and Veno already down, they make light work of one of our premier teams.
Still more premier teams to go in this lobby, though. Taking a look at Fremont Fakey, you can see now 6 zone already. Seen a lot of zones on this side of the map, the snowy, chilly side. A lot of changes in elevation, a lot of danger that could arise from those moving zones. And for the duos that might not have had the brightest early to mid game, getting staggered on their rotations, now having to make it in the last moments. You can see they're kind of free pickings here for the duos that have already been based up and are just looking for those options.
And this is where I look at the zone, I begin to get a little nervous. Not as nervous as I was playing, of course, but the zone has potential to go over different terrains, elevations as well, and this is going to be one of them, as Trip and Fordoxy are positioned high up on the mountain, but for them, they're going to have to rotate. Especially without any grappler, it's going to be hard to reach from point A to point B, but not as hard. They already have the Flowberry in hand, and judging by Fordoxy, one of the players who actually made this strat famous on social media, showing the world what he's capable of. And that's the thing I like about his confidence as well, is he has a strat. He could have easily saved that trick underneath his sleeve for a moment like this, but he said, I don't care what you guys know. I'm still going to be able to beat you with every trick. And this is where you see the rotation in action, wasting almost no mats, no resources to get there.
The jump boost from the Flowberry combined with the crash pad, you can see the momentum you gain. Great rotate. I mean, perfectly executed. Boxed up now and ready to look back on the other opponents who have not rotated yet. DKS now with Voxy trying to see what they can find.
Just over peaks just a little bit, gets tagged up, shield drain. Forced to use those big pots, and those are the things, when you have that much damage, you almost got to make a decision to not peek. As Fremont and Fakey were able to get it down on the one-player backside of the zone. Relentless pressure. They're able to clean it up as well. They get attacked from the backside. Frankie, you better watch twice before you try to steal their cash loot.
Gotta be careful. Gotta know who you're going up against here. As the matches go on and the Titan players continue racking up their points on the leaderboard, the matches will just be getting that much more difficult. As now, 3 elims for Fakey Fremont. Over 1,000 damage done already ahead of the Storm Surge threshold, but they're still looking for more. Ahead of the zone, looking back. It's kind of scary that they're in a bit of wood there, but they're going to keep rotating as it wasn't their final structure, their final base, which is why it was made of wood. As now I drop Nebs on the backside of the zone. Have to use the grapple blade, but pick your path wisely here as danger levels are at an all-time high.
Him and his teammate get momentarily separated. A little bit of cause for confusion as iDrop just has to box up, use that med kit, get as much HP and shield as possible. Don't want to give anybody the opportunity to one pump of any sort. And he sees everybody stacked up on the top of that little hill and decides to go down low towards the bottom of the side of the mountain to where he's trying to find just a little bit more safety. And along the way, he loses his teammate Nebs to Kiro.
Taking a look at DKS though. 3 elims looking to make it 4. Gets into Voxy's box. Will he be able to, as his teammate actually, sorry, as Voxy secured that elimination. But you know, the support was there, Jacob. Just gotta scare the opponent a little bit. Make sure they know who has the player advantage. And now taking a look at how they continue from that. They've already recuperated more than enough loot. 3 medkits ready for the heal off. 125 builds as well. But the ones up above, Kiduo and his duo partner extending to connect on the previous builds here. They have the damage and they want to maintain this positional advantage for as long as they can.
Yeah, they have plenty of resources as well. They can even tarp out in a cheap manner because they have the grapple blade to save themselves if things come crumbling down. As Kiduo set his eyes towards the low ground, popping a couple shots, letting them know nothing is going to be free in a game like this. Seti and Cammy rotating, just like they always do. They try to beat everybody else and get to the front side of the zone, even grapple blading with a little bit more elevation in mind. Pressure's there momentarily, but it's nothing Cammy and Seti can escape.
Choosing to heal back up now. Big pots making good use here as Kiro Kiduo still up above, taking pop shots down below, but for tripping for Doxy. They're close. I wonder what is on their mind now as they look up, as they consider, you know, gotta be careful on this rotate. Do not want to get shot from the height team, but they gotta be careful from the people down below as they get dropped. Now split up. Gonna have to regroup here. Gonna have to continue with the rotate, as now Cammy gets taken down all up to Seti. 1 elim on the board, looking to make it 2. 1 more shot, just needs to connect. Seti, please, there you go, that's 2. But now 34 HP to work with. Flowberry Fizz changed for 3 medkits. Just has to get the zone and he can heal back up.
Yeah, perfect decision there from Seti, especially with so much chaos going around. Kind of bumbling around with that grapple blade, trying to go ahead and find himself some safety in towards the zone. Finds it momentarily. That's where the first of 2 med kits are going to pop off, but high ground in full control continuously from Kiro and Kiddo. They had a great amount of resources when they first took it, but now can they hold on to it?
Looking for angles. Double pickaxing through, playing compactly here as they know at any moment there could be that battle. There could be that engagement. Fastroki though, looking above, dropping height. It's the high ground retake. Are they gonna go for it? Or are they gonna drop down and play passive?
Yeah, quick connection at the last second. Makes it where Fastroki and Hydro cannot continue to hold on to it. But you see him moving forward. Once again, they hold on to that height, but mats are looking a little scarce. Battle begins, forcing even more out, but luckily they have the Flowberry Fizz to negate any damage. Even drop down just like this with a sneak attack onto Fastroki, unable to connect, so that's going to keep them moving forward and upward above everybody else to find that little bit of safety as every team moves into the top 10.
Gotta be careful though, with no rights on the high ground duo. Makes you wonder how they're gonna play that heal off. You know there's so many duos down below that have those med kits, that have those floppers, and have everything to make something happen. And now Fastroki making use of them. 2 med kits to work with. One of them has been popped. As we look down to the chaos on the low to the mid ground here. So many duos piling on in. It's Trip, it's Redoxy looking for more. They're hungry, but no materials to work with.
That was a huge amount of damage on the glove sheet, forcing him to the backside of zone. Fastroki still a solo and making big moves. Finds the med kit as well, but he doesn't grab it. Has to go back in, takes a little bit more damage. That's going to be a sacrifice that he thinks is well worth it in the end. Heal off begins for Fredoxy. He's trying to follow the zone before staggering himself back, getting the most out of these heals in the most impactful moment of the match.
One more med kit to work with. Meanwhile, down below, Voxy, 9 eliminations, double digits for the duo. Gets another one. That's double digits just for Voxy. DKS now, last one up. Meanwhile, we have a player far back. 4 med kits in the inventory. It's DKS who wants to come out on top in the heal off.
He has enough to play all the way up till Storm Sickness. If it is an opportunity, but he knocks on the wrong door, enters the wrong house. DKS doesn't need the heal off because he sends him back to the lobby himself.
11 HP left after that shot came through, almost taking out DKS. He had the advantage in the heal off. He had more medkits, so his opponent knew he had to take that 1 versus 1, but luckily enough for DKS, he survived the initial shot, took that quick hammer pump shotgun to his opponent, and came out on top with the victory royale.
And those are the moments that really separate yourself between you and the rest of the playing field when things look bleak and they look tough. And while you're even trying to play heal off, you can still land the shots that matter. And I think having those extra medkits gave him the HP needed while his opponent ran out and did take that storm damage. So timing was perfect for everybody in this lobby, except for maybe Fredoxy there.
It was tough, but the good news is they played that calm, collected in those last moments. But double digits elims just for Voxy, Jacob, alongside the 4 from DKS. That's the highest elim match that we've seen yet. But let's go back to Adam Levin Mini because they've got more info.
Yeah, thank you, fellas. 13 unlucky for some, not for Voxy and DKS. They have done business in that last game there. I mean, that 13 eliminations there, Mini, an incredible way to score points this early in the competition. And we can see some teams are really rocking and rolling right now.
Yeah, we saw it right there. The shots with that Peter Griffin shotgun was absolutely incredible from Vox right there, hitting max after max after max, and that was ultimately what just cleaned out the rest of the lobby to allow DKS to hit those medkits there at the backside of zone. Beautifully well played endgame, and just setting up for that heal off there at the end was really well done from them. And I think it was those refreshes that Vox was actually able to go on through and get, was actually set DKS up with so many medkits.
Yeah, 100%. I'm glad you mentioned Vox with the Peter Griffin shotgun, because I was going to say that was probably the best ad for landing at Snooty and winning that shotgun, because, oh my goodness, he was putting in the work. Crisp, clean shots all throughout that game. And then, of course, the one here onto Fred in just a moment was really, really nice as well. It was just like, I didn't even think he could do that much damage there. It was nice, so clean. But yes, the heal off in the end, obviously being the sort of deciding factor for them. And then it was close, right? Neves, who was healing off, you know, he ran into the box for a moment. I thought, oh my goodness, he might actually do it. But no, they win it out, and well deserved, man. Of course, we just were hyping up the sort of 12 elim win on the leaderboards we saw, but now these guys top it by the 1. So maybe if we keep going, we'll keep, you know, eventually get to that 20 bomb that Mini was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of that as well. We see a lot of those players that are going for those heal-offs right there at the end and actually just running around to try and find the other players that are also healing off while healing off. And we saw that right there at the end. Just two players that were trying to move around, try and find where each other were, just so that in the event that one of them does run out of medkits, they can actually fight it out. And that's what we saw right there. DKS didn't even need those final couple of medkits because he was able to take advantage of that shotgun and use it effectively well.
Yeah, we're incrementally going from 12, 13. The next one could be 14. Let's find out the leaderboard right now and see any teams, have they managed to do that, gone past that, and gone into the upper echelons of eliminations. We can see here that Vox and DKS currently sat on top there, looking pretty with 91 points, though. Janice and Flick on exactly the same right now with their Victory Royale as well. But already 11, we can see that some teams starting to slightly edge their way away from the rest of the pack there. But that 1 through 10 is they're looking strong.
Yeah, I think, you know, in terms of like looking at the movement, not too much has moved around and changed other than seeing sort of Ivo and Frixie sort of move into the top 10. So moving up 5 slots or so, like really sort of pushing themselves in there. I think most of these guys still continuing to sort of, you know, steady on the ship. And I guess, again, we'll sort of see it. It sort of becomes more and more sort of crucial as we head towards the back end of the games, right? To see who really can actually start to pick things up and get some better lobbies.
That's right. I mean, we're going to see it all unfold here. This is the best thing about this. We're seeing so many teams compete at the same time. Let's look at some highlights again very quickly here. I think we've got Roxy coming your way here. Let's check this out, see exactly how things unfolded in this last matchup here. Fredoxy and Trip. I mean,
oh my,
we like duos. I mean, Levin, big fans of a duo here that are utilizing height to the fullest, you can see.
Yes, 100%. These guys are one of the newer teams we've seen this chapter that I'm very excited about. Not because I have personal bias, but I will say I definitely do. Big fan of Trip and Fred and want to see them do well. Hasn't quite clicked so far as, you know, in terms of this season, how I would have thought it would. But looking a lot better here, Mini.
Yeah, really are. I mean, this is a duo of two players that are not star-studded household names in the EU region, but players that have been competing for a very long time in this region and performing at a very, very high level. So I'm hoping that they can use both of their experience together right here, the Danish duo, to sort of come out on top and find a little bit of that form that we want to see from them that they haven't quite been able to find with their previous teammates. I mean, it was unfortunate there in the final moments of Fred Oxy just to get hit with that max pump from down below. But this is a duo that I think I'm expecting to see big things from. Maybe they could go on to make grand finals or getting to that top 5, but they need a little bit more development to make it there, I think, for me. Still lots to go. There's still lots of competition for them.
100%. I do want to quickly apologize to my boy Trip, because at the start of the show when I was talking about Queasy and Thomas playing each other, the way I worded it, maybe it was a bit unclear. Back then when Thomas was playing a Trip, he didn't drop Trippin, right, to play and potentially play Queasy. No, he wanted to keep playing a Trippin. Trippin actually dropped him. But that's how the story went down. I just wanted to clear that up if anybody was a bit confused about how I said it earlier on.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you for clearing that up. Trippin will be a lot happier now. It's okay, Trippin. Things will be fine. Right, we are jumping straight back into the action here. Obviously, loads of games kicking off. We have got mid-games, end-games coming your way here. Let's check back in with Mustache and Malabuka, one of the duos we focus on at the beginning of the show, see where they're currently faring. Let's go.
We've already been lucky enough to watch 2 quick games so far. And you heard them. This game, we got Malabuka Mustache. We got King and Phaser from the Brazil region. So many teams in this top 250 stacked up in 5 separate lobbies. We're here to catch all the action underneath the sun. And you're seeing already a good positioning for a number of teams, Malabuka and Mustache, even though they're positioned over towards Reckless Railways, judging by the inventory and where they drop. They've already had success towards Fencing Fields, which leads them over in this direction. And already you're seeing multiple teams on the minimap Takata stacked up, ready to rotate alongside them.
Look, replace those 4 bananas with 3 medkits, and that's the ideal loadout I'm looking to rock during this FNCS. As now, though, they do have to rotate in, but I don't think they're worried at all. They have those eliminations already. They have the loot they need, but King and Phaser, I'm excited to see this duo mechanically at the top, and also game sense-wise. I mean, they've been performing incredible from coming from the Brazil region, now on EU. First Cash Cup went a little rough. Second Cash Cup, they were right on in, and now first qualifier of FNCS, they've already made round 4. They're looking quite unstoppable, but let's see how it pans out here in the 4th round of the first qualifier.
And that's the thing about this team. We know they're good. from the Invitational, Global Championship to dominating on their region of Brazil. We know what they have and what they're capable of, but we know it's also not the easiest thing in the world just to go to a different region and continue that same momentum. There's just a whole different play style and a whole different list of superstars ready to stop you along your path as we tune in to Mongrel and Savage. Already a huge VR underneath their belt, but as soon as they land, they end up in a tight position, which doesn't look like they're too scared to be in.
Not scared at all. Unlike their previous game we saw, they are above the Storm Surge threshold here. They've been doing more damage. Their first game was incredibly passive, but now it's looking a bit more aggressive. But the pressure is more on them than their opponents.
Everybody positioned by Kobe and Adrix, choosing their loadout. Definitely worth it if they were able to pick up that elimination and kind of add on top the blessings of they don't have far to go before they rotate into the next zone, because they're already there. So it's all about figuring out, is this the position I want to stay in or not? As Savage and Mongrel looking clean, you got to imagine they're hearing those shields crack on the other side due to Storm Surge. 146 below, and already it seems like their plan is to attempt to out heal it.
Will it be enough though, as Mr. Savage taking the aggressive option, going straight on in, but making it look easy.
A set attempt.
As him and Mongrel pick up those quick 2 eliminations, now recuperating their shield before they continue making their way to the zone. And with that refresh, with that damage, it just opens up that flexibility further on in the match here for Clement and his duo, though. Grapple blading on in, long rotate, but so far going very smoothly. As you hear those shots come through, though, I might have spoken too soon. Duo partner cracked, taken down a bit over 20 HP. Medkit gonna have to be used alongside their shields.
Sometimes what happens, it seems to be going smoothly. Just as soon as you get there to box up, a couple of those shots sneak their way in. Andalex and his duo are able to kind of find a whole pile of loot thanks to that elimination they were just able to pick up. It's going to be a good upgrade to their loadout as well. Extra medkits, some shield fish to spare, minis if they want them. And you kind of see the decision making in progress, and you see Andalex likely counting up the mats, seeing how far they can spread themselves and tunnel themselves forward in towards the zone, go back, replenish those mats, and then you can make the rest of that journey when it begins to open.
Thinking, can we make it to zone? Do we have enough builds? Can we build to the edge? Once you do that, though, you have to be careful, because that big tarp turns into a dangerous place, as duos will be rotating through and trying to recycle it. So they could be sneaking up behind you. You have to be careful when extending. Vidil and Resin, though, 200 above. I'm excited to see what this duo is capable of in this match. Meanwhile, Vanyak up above, you can see it looks massive. It looks like they might be in the wrong game mode here, playing Lego Fortnite or something, building their castle in the sky. 4 elims to the duo's name, taking shots on the duos, rotating on in. I mean, they want the height, Jacob.
I just don't know what's more surprising to me right now. This monument in the sky that they were able to build, or the fact that they have so many resources left over to continue their building throughout this game, as Mongrel seems to have been lost, so is King. Phaser and Mr. Savage, the respective duos, left by themselves here. And just as placement has begun to set in, so this is a chance for them to begin to build that confidence and pick up a ton of solo impact points. Uh-oh.
Still up above.
They got
for
crashed.
how long? You can see the builds collapsing one by one. They're forced down. Good news, they have the grapple blade. They cancel out the fall damage, but they're chopped again. The materials are just being used incredibly rapidly, as now they connect over and over again. That's 4 different connections instantly by Vanyak. He does not want to give up height here. As Vidil now lower, down closer, taking these shots, playing more aggressive, pushing through now, 73 above. They want these elims. They want to take this engagement to the next level, as there it is, 2 more to their name, but be careful, as there's so many duos around them. They cannot get too greedy.
Yeah, that was perfectly played though to get themselves an elimination and get themselves above Surge. Looking tight there and even scary there momentarily. Savage doing a good job picking up every piece of loot that is left by, including the blue cap mushrooms, because shield is what matters. But at this stage in the game, with a huge chunk being taken off by the zone, is HP that he needs most. HP that Merstash seems to have plentiful of, with 3 med kits on his back, 4 eliminations for the team. Him and Malabuka seem to be reuniting and playing in perfect form right now. It's just a question of, can they close out this game?
Titans are all I'm seeing in this match. Malabuka, Merstash, Savage, Mongrel. Vanyak up above here, continuing to hold on. I don't know where they're getting all these materials from, but it looks like they're not running out. They have something going on here. Look, it's Phaser. He's forced up ahead, cracked down to 18 HP. He has 3 medkits, but will the aggression continue through? The duo that cracked him chooses to go inside the cone. Is that the right decision? As it looks like he is going to be able to get this medkit off, but just 3 above Surge. He's going to have to continue looking for shots, looking for damage as Resin's left alone.
This is huge. This is huge for Resin and Vidil. These impact points, 4 eliminations, 20. Another team goes down, 2 more points. Another team goes down. The points are just lighting up. Vanyak and Sined once again get chopped down momentarily, but we saw their resource count. It's not too much of a worry, especially with everybody down low. Material count probably in shambles. His Reason doing a good job. Flowberry Fizz before he makes that next rotate, and that's why he is so healthy in particular as a solo with the resources. It's the rotation that he's doing as he looks up. Sined gets dropped down, but the connection once more. Vanyak and Sined are playing lights out in terms of maintaining their high ground.
This has to be a record for the amount of times the same duo has been chopped without losing high ground. They are still up above, still have a decent amount of materials, but for Phaser and Resin, both playing as solos, Phaser's chosen the passive route to continue using his medkits, staying inside the zone, looking for those options, and Resin applying pressure above, trying to see when he gets that option to take high ground if it's what he's looking to do, but that might not be the correct decision with the position he's in as well, choosing the passive route, another medkit being used. Phaser, though, no more medkits to work with. He has that dangerous situation arising now, unable to get the elimination, but he's still up 18 HP and he continues running.
Oh, he finally goes down, but that was a huge amount of points by himself. Shades of his duo Cash Cup qualification in this last week went big to grant him and King a spot in that finals. Reason trying to take a page out of that playbook. 2 builds left, only 5 on the Fizz, but that's going to give him the utility that he's looking for. Malabuka and Merstash, probably the healthiest duo in the lobby, and they are on the hunt. They found not only an elimination, but a crucial medkit if this one does come down to a heal-off, as everybody left alive enters into our top 7.
Resin now in shambles, feet in the dirt, hits the crack, connects the shot. It's not enough to knock him down, though, as now we switch back up to the clouds. Vanyak with 5, Sined with 2, 7 elims for the duo, but do they have enough heals? We saw that Malabuka had 3 medkits. We saw that they were ready for the heal off. Vanyak now forced down below to take that action, trying to stop Malabuka from his heal off, but is he gonna let it happen?
Wow, that was big. A nice shot as Merstash goes down, but it's only going to end in a trade. A trade where Malabuka's already starting his heal off. Sined has 2 medkits which haven't been started yet, and that is going to be the 1v1. Sined versus Malabuka, both of them on the last medkit, but Malabuka finds a huge stack. He finds more. The miracle has been granted. Sined needs to be on the hunt. He doesn't know, but he is going to run out. 9 eliminations for Sined and Vanyak. A monument built in the sky, but at the end of the battle, him versus Malabuka, the trades are going to go off, and Malabuka clutches up big with just 2 HP left.
What a finish from Malabuka and Merstash. They played it perfectly, from using the 3 medkits in their inventory to, as they were rotating on through, finding those extra heals, marking them so they knew where to go if it came down to it, and even finishing it off with the 1 versus 1, securing that last elimination with only 2 HP to spare.
They had enough, Dakota. They have had enough coming down to a heal off. They're trying to take it into their own hands. Instead of just letting a player get out for free, they're dropping down. They're going on the hunt, and they almost secured a huge victory, but 2 HP is all it really took. A massive difference, in Malabuka coming out on top with the crucial shot hit. Big victory for the duo that is reunited. reunited, but let's reunite a trio back on the desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much, fellas. The maniacal map Mavericks, Mustache and Malabuka. We thought it was going to be a heel off there, but suddenly all guns went blazing there right at the end, 11, and we had ourselves a 1v1. I mean, this is classic Mustache and Malabuka, keeping us on the edge of our seats here. Great to see them get a victory royale.
It's the fireworks I was talking about, right? You're going to get something flashy. I think the big thing there, man, is just so close. 2 HP, like, honestly, a second later, and who knows how that one plays out. That was a very, very interesting endgame there, Mini.
Well, the reason why they won that was because they just marked the medkits. They knew exactly where those medkits are going to be. That's really good forward thinking, because so many teams will get so locked in to that end game mode and not think, okay, that's a medkit for later on. They're setting up for contingencies that they don't even know they need. But of course, when it came down to it, they had it in their back pocket. And Malabuka, you could see it right there when he gets the elimination. He knows, right, that's something I need to mark. Let me place a marker down there, or just mentally remember where that is. I'm going to go back for that. And as it happened, that is ultimately what got them the win. Even here, right at the end, the heal off did happen. We saw Sined expend all of his medkits, but Malabuka made this shot through the wall right there with that burst SMG. That was the moment where he's able to find that elimination. If he didn't do that, he would have been down and out, and that's just quick thinking from Malabuka using that experience.
Yep, it's instinct, it's experience, it's all the good stuff. And they have it by the bucket load here. That will massively obviously affect things on the leaderboard. We'll check that out very soon as well here. I mean, a lot of this as well, though, must come down to the fact that experience is a big part of this. But Levin, we say about the high game being a massive part of this, mid, low. It seems that all teams now just need to adapt to every different layer, wherever they are, come the end game. They just have to find a way out of a certain situation. And it doesn't matter where they end up. They just have to ensure that they go through and they get those big points. It makes all the difference at the end. I mean, check out our leaderboard right here, right now, with Sined and Vanyak going top of the leaderboard right now with 18 elims and 157 points. Massive.
Yeah, not the win that maybe they wanted, but a massive game nonetheless, and a pretty comical one as well at times there, Mini Man. I know we were laughing about it. I don't think I've ever seen a team get chopped on height that many times. Like, their builds just kept getting broken out. They kept having to hold on and clutch on and build up to height again. It must have been like 6 or 7 times they got chopped out, Mini.
Yeah, I lost count. I don't have that many fingers, so I couldn't count up that high. It was so many times they were getting chopped out. And unfortunately for them, they just didn't quite learn from the fact that the reason why they were getting chopped out is because they weren't reinforcing enough there at the backside of zone. There was so many of those players that were looking back up, and they weren't pressuring down enough. That's always a telltale sign. If you're getting chopped out, you're not applying enough pressure down below to the teams that are going to be looking up. And it's just these little fundamental differences that some of our more experienced, more prominent height teams, Levin, they do so well.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, right, they still were able to translate this game into a good game, which is great for them, right? And I think, they'll sort of, I hope they'll go into the next sort of games and realize, okay, we need to be a bit more prudent about how we play high. But they may just do with what they had, even towards the end here. So little materials, but still able to keep it. Everybody was chopping it out, but nobody was actually going for it themselves, really, which definitely benefited Vanyak and Sined. And so we'll see if they continue to play height that way moving forward. Either way, they'll be smiling at where they are on the leaderboards right now.
It was just those eliminations right there that kept them going. I think if they were a height team that didn't have all those eliminations to boot, they just wouldn't have had the materials. They wouldn't have had those extra resources to keep on building up and then build up again and then build up again. So maybe we'll see that happen again for them in the future. Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not indeed. As we said, there's tons of action across the board here, constantly going on across the course of this qualifier one weekend here. So we're going to dive back in and join the lobby again right now and see exactly what is kicking off on the map. Let's do it.
And we are joining right back on to our Game 2 victors, holding the record for the highest elim victory royale so far in this round 4 of the first qualifier. Vox, DKS, and they are looking healthy.
Hasn't been a 20 bomb though. Hasn't been a 20 bomb. We're still waiting for the first 20 bomb. I'm kind of guessing who I think it will be. I mean, this team has his best shot as any, and if judged by their loadout, it could be in this game. Obviously, in terms of rarity, they could do a little bit better, but they do have the Hammer Pump, the Thunderburst SMG, and, shout out to Reese Hub and in one of his shorts, learning how to really utilize that Thunder SMG, how to break the builds, take control. It's more than just damage, and which is why that weapon is in everybody's inventory. You see it here in Scrams as well. Trips in a tough spot. Let's see if he can get out of it. There it goes in action with a little help for Noxy. They're able to get out. 1 goes down, 2 to follow. Wings, he uses his wings. He flies back to the lobby. Let's see if he can land in another game.
That was played so well. I mean, both players of the team got left with little to no HP. The change in focus there is Trip takes out one, but quickly tries to disengage. His duo partner helps him out there, and his duo partner tanks that shot. Both of them left with less than 20 HP, but still came out on top. Looking at it again, another zone up in the mountains. Find kind of like a repeat here we're seeing, Jacob. Some sort of theme might be going on with these zones. As I see time and time again, players rotating on this side of the map. Nebs, though, eye drop. 6 zone. Already 7 elims to their name.
I think
Must be feeling good.
A lot of players, especially on this side of the map, are just utilizing those high elevations. You mix those with the static launch pads, and then you add in either the Flowberry or the Flowberry Fizz with those launch pads to cover so much distance so quickly. And typically, you want to kind of rotate early, get to the zone fast, but with that combination of utility, it allows you just to stay just a little bit later in zone as Nebs just kind of hits a little blind fire peek over towards the team. It's so far into the distance. Doesn't connect the shot, but man, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and at least he tried.
At least he tried, you know, that's the important part. I'm kind of mesmerized by this leaf here on Fastroki's build. It's almost blocking him here. It's a nice leaf, I'd say. Anyways, we'll see what type of rotate they've got to do here. As they are under the train tracks, once again, like that first match we saw, but meanwhile, making use of bushes. Bushes with the Reaper combination. If you have that sniper rifle, you can open up a lot of opportunities to take those free shots and even conserve a lot of materials here by just waiting in a bush. But you do always have that risk of having an unlucky shot get connected right onto that bush. But the odds of that are quite low. The issue is 91 below. They need some damage from being the elim leaders in a single match to now not having a single elimination and being below the Storm Surge threshold. It puts that much more pressure on this duo.
Yeah, it just almost makes me wonder, like, how long, when is it going to be that moment to where they try to move forward and get some surge? But we're not going to see that moment for now, as it deactivates as another player is going to be sent back to the lobby. 28 teams still left alive, so 3 full duos still need to go down before placement points begin to get awarded. So you see everybody bide their time, pick their position very, very wisely. It's Kiro and Kudo once had the high ground in previous games, now their ultimate low ground. Just trying to stay ahead of everybody else, expend as little mats as possible. You can even see them toying with the decision in terms of their heals as well. Too early, they peak, they get taken some damage. That'll be a waste of a heal, so they're just being very, very calculated with their decisions.
Cautious, calculated. Just like we saw Mongrel and Mr. Savage in their first game. But switching back here. X-Squeeze, Slove on the edge of zone. Long rotate. Good news is they could choose to take the lesser congested side here if they follow that orange team on the bottom right minimap. You can see them rotating on through with those grapple blades. There is one duo that is taking shots, but the longer you wait, the more difficult it could be. As the duos like Glubchi, Trexer here don't have to rotate as far, but when you cross that little river, it's a dangerous place to be in, as Vox DKS now have managed to do enough damage to not be below that Storm Surge threshold.
You just have to, like, bulldoze their way into the box. Time is definitely running out, especially if they want to save their heals. First shot's going to land perfect as they hip to hip into the box. Griffin's going to go down, making that one look easy, but still below the damage threshold. You see DKS still on the hunt to figure out where he's going to just get 4 damage before dropping down low. 12 below. They found at least some sense of comfortability now that they were able to pick up that elimination, and they move ahead of zone, and their plan is to kind of peek back, focus on one of these teams that are having similar struggles as they once did.
Now continuing, breaking on in, trying to open up those options. Being 5 below, it's not the worst position to be in, but it does cause a bit of stress now. You can see as they continue looking at all sorts of angles and opportunities But you got to be careful as the duo's waiting for it to happen. They know you need that damage. They're just waiting to take a shot, but there it is. Cracks come through. Connections now 112 above. They've stopped the ticking for just some time, but how long is it going to last for? Big pots come through, and they're going to have to start looking once again for that damage, but at the same time, they have to figure out the rotate as zone's starting to close.
You're seeing the slower you make this rotate over, whether if it's up elevation or down, a lot of those players are already going to begin their rotate, try to beat you to the punch, especially with the grapple blade. You see more than half the lobby using DKS and Vox nearby as Fakey and Fremont try to go over. A couple of tags are going to reach their way inside of the box, draining off the shields, but it's nothing that they can't handle for now, especially being over 300 above the damage threshold. Nebs and I drop 1,000 over the threshold, but they are still susceptible to teams that may not necessarily be in that same position as they defend the box.
8 elims for the duo. So early on, 8th zone, moving zones will start commencing here shortly. Using those med kits. Now, the good news is you don't necessarily have to have a lot of med kits or heals in the start of these end games, as so many duos have them, that once you get those eliminations in those final moving zones, it's likely that a lot of med kits will be dropped. It's what we saw Malabuka and Merstash capitalize on in the previous match, finding those med kits, marking them, and being ready to go back to them when the heal off commences. So for players like Shure here, who doesn't have any hard heals, I was gonna say you shouldn't worry too much, but without a duo and no builds, I'd be worrying quite a bit. Switch back to Fakey Fremont though. Quick knock as they continue on.
At least they were able to defend themselves. Nitrox Prime is going to be the one who goes down. Might be Zeke's little brother or something, as Fakey and Fremont continue their journey towards the front side. Trip all the way towards the sky. Ferdoxy not too far behind him. Nipsey and Jerdy always trying to stay towards the front side of the zone as well. Trip doesn't spot anybody else towards the back side of the zone, so now just the pressure trying to force these players lower and lower into one another so they can do the hard job for them and eliminate them back to the lobby. Damage and eliminations is just going to be bonus.
Ferdoxy staying ahead here, making sure that height is prominent. Meanwhile, his duo partner further back, taking shots, making sure nobody is trying to contest them. Good height plays. Meanwhile, Glubchi, without a duo partner, making the aggressive plays, has that legendary frenzy shotgun. Not the mythic one, though. As Vox, DKS now, 3 elims. They've racked up a bit more damage here. Looking more confident from early on in this match. Will they be able to show us a rewind of game 2? As Scrapped and Scram, though, no shields, trying to survive here as Surge keeps taking them. Floppers getting used. Flowberry Fizz getting juiced up as Nebs now takes out his duo Scram.
Yeah, easy elimination. Storm Surge did most of the work. Nebs, eye drop, still trying to move forward. 10 eliminations so far. That's definitely going to boost them up the leaderboard, but they want to go even further up. Similar to DKS and Vox, but they want their second victory royale, and that means fighting for height, trying to take it away against Trip and Ferdoxy. They're going to get it for now and continue to force them low. This is a great situation to be in. Other than Vox, DKS, fully separated from one another and even taking fall damage to reunite.
Be careful, materials are running low. DKS Vox now have to drop down, and you know that Trip for Doxy are going to be looking up. They're going to be looking to take those pop shots as Vox now makes his way down below. 400 brick to work with, quickly building on up as Fremont has been knocked down. Fakey left alone, 26 HP to his name as he has to survive for as long as possible. Gets taken out though. Nebs, double-digit elims for this duo, racked up to 11. Looking for more as Trip now left alone, refreshing his loot.
The 20 is still possible for them if they can keep things rolling. Trip trying to do it in his own mind, but it's just about staying alive and separating himself from all this madness. 40 HP and a dream. He at least has the flow berries to get some shield, even though it won't be max. Combine that with the utility. It might be what he needs, but they're just so aggressive into the box. Trip goes down, sent back to the lobby, but at least he got a good amount of points for his efforts.
Pure chaos down below. Meanwhile, DKS and Vox have the freedom, taking shots from the sky. Nebs now up to 7 elims. iDrop has almost gone down, barely up as Nebs gets another one, gets 2. That's 9 elims to Nebs' name, and he is not finished.
The med kit's beginning for iDrop. He's trying to get back into the game. Nebs, he doesn't have the opportunity to do the same, so he's going to be the disruptor in this end game, trying to save the life of his teammate. But a nice shot from Box over the top. The box is open. He goes around the top and drops both Nebs and iDrop back to the lobby, and is on the hunt for the final elimination as he secures it and another victory royale.
Fox, are you kidding me? Back to back to back, three-piece in the end game, making sure that nobody has the option to play the heal off. He said, I'm keeping my duo up. I'm just going to eliminate everybody. You know, we don't have to play the heal off. What a play from Fox.
He won the game 2 of the broadcast. Now he's winning a game 4 of the broadcast. Can they be stopped? They even have 5 eliminations at this point and pick up a couple of more. And even though he had the med kit, you can see it clearly in his inventory. I told you, Takata, they have had enough and they want to take the game into their own hands. But where do they land on the leaderboard after a couple of big wins? Well, only Adam could let us know.
Yes, well, I mean, in my opinion, wherever they're landing, whether they choose to land, it's working. Wherever you go, Fox DKS, it is yours. I mean, we're seeing back-to-back victories here. I mean, not to mention that high ground there as well, Mini, just managing to maintain, rain down hell on anyone below, and just managing to secure the victory. I mean, this is classic. It's a way of micromanaging games to the best effect possible and securing big points on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I really like the way they actually went up to take that high ground. They didn't just full-on go up and crank all the way up. They actually tried to battle it with Fredoxy and Trippin there, and they ended up just relegating down. They thought, right, okay, Fredoxy and Trippin are going to try and battle their way up there and try and crank up. We're just going to drop down, chop them out, and then take height, whilst Trippin, I think it was, took the fall damage right there at the end. Really nice job from that team, and a real testament to how they're playing right now. It's a team that we haven't seen too much from in the recent seasons of Fortnite, but really able to start making a little bit of a surge for maybe another grand final for them.
Yeah, I'm really excited about what I'm seeing from these guys, more so on the level of not any sort of tactical brilliance. I'm not saying the strats they're using are gonna, lead to them winning the FNCS, but these guys are in their flow state right now. I mean, they can't miss a shot. They're both on the same page. The fights feel so loose and free-flowing. They're clearly incredibly confident right now, and that's sometimes all you need to carry you through lobbies like these in Fortnite. I mean, it's a mix and match in each of these lobbies, but if you can keep on just playing your game and just eliminating anyone that stands in your way, I mean, you're gonna go a long way, and that's exactly what these two have been doing so well.
It really is, yeah. We got to put it out there as well. We wanted to see big eliminations. Okay, you called for the 20 bomb. We saw a 15 chunked up on the leaderboard there as well, coming in from Nebs and iDrop. They had an unbelievable game as well, despite not getting the victory royale there. Mini still doing bits out there. 15 eliminations, massive points.
Beautiful stuff from this duo. That's exactly what we like to see from Nebs and iDrop. A duo that are no strangers to fighting in the mid game, and clearly now in end game, it's again no different. These final few shots from Nebs there right at the end, just to clutch onto the final remaining eliminations and clutch onto those placements, was absolutely spectacular. And just the knowledge, just the ability to think, you know what, I've got this in the bag. I know how to play this. I know how to play these and play with such confidence as well, Levin. These guys are looking on good form right now, and they're two players that do have it in their locker, so why shouldn't they?
Absolutely. I mean, Nebs has always been one of those players where on his day, he's one of the best fraggers in the world without a doubt. And again, showcasing that in that game. But looking at the standings, looking at how things are sort of settling, I think no surprises at who's in first place. Vox and DKS leading the pack so far.
Yep, certainly are. You can see there, folks. First through 10th position there, 174 points is currently the top score. However, there are multiple lobbies, so there's tons going on, and no doubt that'll flip and flop at the course of this competition. 11th through 21st, we can see here as well with the likes of Trip and Fredoxy, we've kind of featured on the main broadcast, as well as Nebs and iDrop come in there as well. Only 4 eliminations up to that point, then 15 that last game, as we said there as well. Massive points, and you can see Victory Royales being spread far and wide there as well, Mini. And teams starting, you talk about confidence and getting a bit of wind in your sails and feeling good about this. I mean, this is week 1 of qualifiers. This is a huge opportunity here to put yourself on the map, and teams already ensuring they do that. It's got to make you feel amazing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't it, right? Especially if you are beating out some of the sort of bigger, stronger names that there are. There's going to be so much confidence pushing through you into the next qualifier.
It certainly is. Talking of confidence, let's join one of our players, one of our teams right now here. Let's join Art Skills duo here and see exactly where they are on the map and what is going down. Let's get on in there.
The next game in the rotation is Among Us. Astral and Art Skill. Let's see how they've been doing so far. Positioned between themselves and a team made up of Trulex and Chicho that are under pressure. They saw the shots going from far away. Now's their chance to try to enter the box. And even though they didn't do a lot of the heavy lifting, they still got it across the finish line with a huge elimination.
Look, the end is what counts. Secured a full refresh now, extra loot to work with, and they're so close to the zone here. Art Skill can overbuild and even start building towards the zone and just recuperate with what they have, but all the duos seem to be interested in what's going on here, and maybe it just might not be worth it to continue building. But with the amount of materials they have, I mean, all they've really got to do is overbuild a few bases. Yetko continuing with his grapple blade. Blotcha too. 2 elims already to his name. Looks like they're feeling healthy.
Yeah, them holding their position there makes me feel like they were in quicksand for a moment. The more they struggled, the more they got stuck until they kind of repositioned, use a lot of those builds that they got from that elimination to extend outward and give themselves more room to work with as we jump on board Yapko and Blaha. Looking good. So much chaos going down around this lobby. There's only a few select teams that have been finding a way to stay away from everyone else, and that's going to be Firebro Marco on that list of players. You add on top that they're 278 above the damage threshold, and then they have that environmental mountain right next to them, kind of cover that you can't go through with their backs up against the wall, which means one more line of sight in which they don't have to worry about. But a max pull, well, Takata, that's a big worry.
It's a big worry, but they might even be able to use that mountain to block line of sight from their duos that will be taking shots with the rotate that's appeared all the way to the west. Although it might not be the best decision looking at the pile of duos there. You can see a lot of them actually choosing to go to the non-congested north side, and it looks like a pretty decent rotate. Meanwhile, Art Skill, Astral, they didn't do enough damage on that elimination they got to be healthy in terms of Storm Surge. The good news is they are positioned right on the edge of the zone, so now they should have options, maybe even building up a box or two to have that vision, but shouldn't be too much of a worry here as they get some tags. But is it worth it? As Art Skill gets cracked down to 40 HP, forced to use the med kit. Now Astral trying to recuperate that damage that they need. Has he hit that shot? 26 below, he has not. As now the nerves keep rising.
Yeah, they almost have no choice on this rotation to try to get closer and closer towards another team. Luckily for them, as they inch themselves forward, they not only find some loot, but Storm Surge shuts off as well, giving them a sigh of relief in a situation that looked bleak there for a moment. And now they have the Flowberry Fizz to try to get some HP back, or some shields back up, and then make it easier for their next rotation. But what's easy for some might not necessarily be the same for others. Zakatsu and Low-Key, they don't have the utility, but they definitely have more than enough heals, more than enough materials, and even seeing some berries on the ground. And that's the utility in which I was talking about, that will allow themselves to get the low gravity effect. You combine that with the grapple blade, and they're going to be able to cover distance on this max pull very quickly.
You can even use just a quick sip of that Flowberry Fizz juice, and it will give you the same effects without having to use the whole bottle. As now these rotations do come through, Casti using a lot of materials. Looks like he's almost trying to just build up and up and up, see if he can secure this positional advantage. But for how long will they be able to maintain it? As quickly enough, they cancel that decision, go straight down below to the dirt. Group up now, hopefully, with his duo partner, as he's taking a lot of shots.
250, flying through the sky just like that. He found himself some elevation. Just wants to stay away from that ultimate low ground as a solo. Art Skill doing the same thing. Finding a lot of success thanks to a lot of those builds they were able to grab onto early on, but 3 eliminations that gave them some surge above the threshold. But now that he's a solo, you see him slowly but surely falling down that threshold ladder. And you look up at the sky, it's Kenti and Peshka looking clean, looking smooth, especially since they have the resources to hold on to it momentarily.
Double layering up They have the materials to do so. As Blaha Yupko now up to 5 elims ahead of the zone. Are they grouped up though? I'm looking to find him, and no, he was down below, got split up, got knocked down. Will Blaha try and pick him up here? 17 seconds till zone closes. Is there enough time? Zone continues moving. Same duo up above. Is he gonna be able to do it? Picks him up, has 2 medkits, but is he gonna make it? No! Both players go down. It was not worth it. Switch back over to Art Skill. Does have time to use a medkit, but is it gonna be the correct play as well as he gets shots taken from above? 13 HP now to work with. Medkit canceled. Only one more.
Yeah, quickly slides on over into the next box. He has more than enough utility to get back up, but it gets canceled. 1 HP, trying to go ahead and displace himself, but with 1 build left, he's not going to have much to defend himself, but he needs the time. He needs a moment to take a breath of fresh air, especially with Zone creeping on his backside. 1 HP is not going to give him that comfortability, but he's climbing up, finding different layers, but the Zone is continuously on his back. He sees a knock, tries to go for it, but gets shut down just like that. Not really given the time to regenerate his health or his HP, and that's exactly what happens.
Kobe Adrix, another elim up. That's 5 now. Has the medkits, has the materials. This duo's looking healthy, looking together. Synergy at an all-time high. Vortexers, though, alongside Volko, 6 elims, 5 medkits. They want to play the heal off from the low, and it looks like up top, there's been a bit of an aggressive play here. High ground has been overthrown. New crowns have been placed on Nathan and CZB as they continue to rain down from above.
They have a stranglehold right now over this game. So much pressure going down from above. Even Loki out of builds. He's starting to feel it. Tries to jump out, but gets shut down. 7 medkits onto Vortexers. Volko's there. You have to be able to survive in order to make those medkits count. That's more than enough to survive the heal off and that storm sickness warning when it does become a thing. Kobe trying to pass around the same medkits, giving the win condition over to Adrix, but the pressure is just too much. All the builds come crappling down. Monier drops down. Lunex is there as well, and they take down yet another team, but they themselves fall as they enter into the top 4.
The duo now who overthrew the high ground gets a bit of action put onto their shoulders as now Nathan using that medallion to recuperate his shield, now choosing to take that aggression as Adrix is still in zone. More medkits that I can count in his inventory, trying to survive as long as possible. Nathan up above with only 1 medkit. Is it gonna be enough? I don't think so. Does he know what is happening in zone?
Uh-oh. Medkit stops. Vortexer still has every medkit left on the map, but they get close. He tries to take action into his own hands. Nathan gets 1, but it's not enough to break through the build. Vortexer, with more than enough medkits to win the heal off, takes the game.
Vortexers could have lasted a whole other late game there with the amount of medkits he had, but the party did conclude in his box, although he still came out on top clean. Victory Royale.
Man, that's a way after seeing the leaderboards almost halfway through the day to start to build that confidence, to do what's needed to get that final placement, because it's where everybody lands at the end of the day. Depends on how many series points they get here in week 1 of our FNCS qualifiers. And Adrix did such a good job, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. 3 medkits used at this point for Vortexers, going for the 4th as Nathan goes in, but he gets sent right back on out. As we reach the halfway point, I'm going to send it on over to our desk to break down all the action thus far.
Thank you, fellas. Yeah, it was a fragging frenzy at Fencing Fields. I'm all over the alliteration tonight. Have you noticed that? I had like Mavericks, Mustache Malum. It's just, I'm enjoying myself. I'm having a good time. I mean, obviously, Vortexers and Volko there as well. Victory Royale. I mean, fantastic work again from this duo. We talked a lot about them, and you know, again, another team. This is the great thing about this kind of competition this year. The format here, it's just end game after end game, VR after VR, and they've done a fantastic job and got eliminations to boot as well.
Yeah, this is one of the most exciting teams, in my opinion, for this season. The way that these guys have been playing so far, they've been playing incredibly well together. They've only been playing for the last few seasons or so they're still a fairly new duo, but in the grand scheme of things, they're quite experienced when it comes to knowing each other and knowing how each other play. These guys are so fundamentally sound. The way they're playing these mid-games, the way they've been playing in third-party events, in the Cash Cups, I'm really liking what I'm seeing here, and I think this is a duo that can definitely go all the way to the grand finals because they just have so many different attributes to their skills.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the end game, it was very, very, sort of clear to what this season's all about. If you're a team that plays your cards right in the end game, you can pick up some limbs. You limb the right person, it's like a roll of the dice. You might just pick up another 3 med kits, right? We had so many Vortexes. Like Takata said, he could have outlasted a whole another heal off, a whole another end game with just how many. It's almost demoralizing if you're the other players, right? The guy you're going up against has like 6, 7 med kits. Like, what am I supposed to do? What do I even possibly do then?
Yeah, that is absolutely mad. I mean, there's hypochondriacs and then there's having 7 medkits. I mean, let's talk about a second place team there as well. Nathan's duo coming in second, still fantastic. Standings points there, which is going to be a huge accumulation to their score. But when you think about this, coming in second in this format, I mean, do you that kind of 9 points these between first and second place here, Mini? CZB, Nathan managing to sustain hype for a long period of time. I think they'll be happy regardless, right?
Yeah, you're going to be happy, right? Coming second place in the game. It's not a terrible performance by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, getting that final elimination for them in that game right there was good as well. It just shows that you can't just have height and win the game anymore. That's not the current meta. You can't just win it out from up there. You have to have the heals as well, because there's teams down below that are getting all of those refreshes and getting all of those med kits for themselves. So you have to play height very, very well in order to come out with a win. But, a guaranteed second for them there was pretty solid.
Yeah, they're sitting in 8th place, right? So not too shabby. I think, you emphasized the point incredibly well. I think they played the end game pretty decently, just unfortunate not to be able to pick up any extra heals. And even then, right, even without them picking up extra heals, it still was actually close with Vortexes having a bunch of medkits. If Nathan had been able to get to him in time, he maybe could have gotten their limb. We've seen those battles all throughout the day.
That's right. I mean, this leaderboard is really kind of interesting as well. You can see the likes of Mongrel and Mr. Savage we saw earlier on slide back into 4th place. Rabbit and Skrill with the 2 victory royales, as well as Vidal and Reason are kind of already up there too with 121 placement points, 14 eliminations. I mean, this is the fact that that combination we always talk about, Mini, is key here, and we can see some teams that have kind of been here pretty much the majority of the last hour and a half or so since he started the broadcast here. It's good to see that their consistency really is paying off.
Yeah, and we spoke about it at the very beginning of the show. It's going to be difficult for teams to find that consistency with the lobby changing every single game. You never know how things are going to play out. And then it just boils down to how fundamentally sound are we? How good as a duo are we to just take whatever's being thrown at us and just take it in our stride? They're not going to be worried about how each individual duo are going to rotate, how their off-spawn situation is. They're just going to be like, right, we're going to try and continue no matter what happens. And surprisingly there, Mongrel and Savage also moving their way up the leaderboard there. We saw them with a massive Game 1 win. And of course, they dropped down a little bit, but resurging as well and getting that confidence back up, it's huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing with the duos here. I mean, Mongrel and Mr. Savage, I just love the fact, man, that superstars that are in this as well. It's just amazing with so many players across different lobbies here. It's just good to see them back. It puts a smile on everybody's face as well. It's great to see, and the community are loving it too. I mean, let's look about the rest of the competition here as well for the rest of the day. We're kind of halfway through today, week 1, and the last day of this ahead of next week. Do you think players have set themselves, Levin, a certain target of points they want to achieve by the end of today ahead of next week? Do you think what do you think they kind of set themselves in terms of kind of achievements or goals going into this last day of week number 1?
Oh, I'm not sure that. I'm sure Kinch or someone in the community has got one of them. Like, yeah, if you get 17th, you'll guarantee make it.
No
if you
doubt.
get another, there'll be something like that. I'm not too clued into that. I think a lot of people will be looking at the big names and sort of assessing where these guys are, how are they doing so far. Queasy and Thomas on our schemes currently in 25th place, right? So again, not necessarily the fiery start you'd expect, and I think we're seeing that across the board with some of the bigger names, maybe not quite managing to sort of get the kind of dominance we typically see in EU. I think in EU we've sort of become accustomed to like a certain 8 names really dominating everything, but a bit of a slower start, more homogenous, a lot more names sort of being thrown into the mix towards the top here.
Yeah, and I think a good reason for that is the fact that we're not just in a 50 duo lobby right now. A lot of these top tier names, not the top tier talent, are so good in those set lobbies, and that's really where you get to see the difference between the very top and those that are at the top in those set lobbies, but not quite number 1 or 2. So that's where we're seeing the difference right now. It's the teams that aren't quite able to take this new format in their stride. 25th though for these guys, Queasy and Thomas, is not too bad at all, as we get to see some teams that are actually moving up the leaderboard as well and continue to just maybe learn from their mistakes in their earlier games, which this format allows for.
Yeah, look, I'm looking at 24th. Tino and Uguay. If you don't know who Uguay is, that is the legend Chapix, right? Chapix is a player who, again, is etched in Fortnite history, especially in EU. Chapix hasn't really played comp since like Invitational. It's been like he went on a hiatus for a year. He quit the game. He's back now, and he's outperforming, you know, Queasy and Thomas. Not too shabby, eh?
Not too bad at all. I mean, that's a good way to come back, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it is amazing. We said this about superstars coming back and kind of seeing kind of like the, you know, the kind of, you know, the duos forming. It's amazing to see here. We touched on the likes of like Queasy and Thomas HD there as well here a second ago. I mean, we talked about communication and the IGL nature of things as well here. It's a quick live update of top 10 here as well. We Mustache Malabuka, yes. I mean,
wow.
Minnie. We're seeing Mustache Malabuka making a real play for this. 33 eliminations. They must have had a massive game just gone.
Yeah, this sort of format, I think, really does play into their favor because they are so good at knowing how each other play. They're so good. They're almost one brain combined when it comes to that end game. And the way they're able to bounce off each other, getting those eliminations, going for those pre-edits, it almost seems robotic at times is how they're doing it. So I'm expecting them to do more of the same in the set lobbies as well. And the fact they're doing this in the top 250 teams is unbelievable right now.
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks volumes to them. I said at the start of the day, Malabuka and Mustache are such a fun duo to watch. Be sure to tune into them at any opportunity you get. They are phenomenal.
They really are. Right, we've got loads more to show you. Loads more happening. We're only halfway through today. Let's join iDrop and Nebs right now on the map, see what they're up to, see what's kicking off. Let's jump on in.
Non-stop action is what we've been seeing today. Adam even asked Malabuka Mustache, what did they do to get to that first place spot? They took the new record of most elims in a single match today at 15, but now switching back to iDrop and Nebs. Will they be able to break that record, Jacob? Do you think so?
I think they have good potential. These guys have been playing lights out so far, and in the past couple of seasons, you can kind of see it in iDrop with his mechanical skill increasing so much, and that's hard to say. A lot of these players are, you'd think, at the top of their game already, and they just continuously are getting better. As Nebs just goes for the quick chop onto Rexy, tries to drop it in the palm of their hands, doesn't land the shot, but it definitely has him exactly where he wants him. Going for another chop. Can he get out alive? And for now, Rexy with the grapple blade is going to be able to escape. Even his duo gets out alive with just a sliver of HP.
I like that position too, up on the hill. Let's take a look here. The replay from Trip, though. Oh, looks like he's been found. They knew he was a solo. They knew that Trip was alone inside of that box. And his match came to an end. Back to searching for a new one. But what I like about this format is you can just go right back into another match. You don't have to wait for the whole game to end. So it's non-stop action for these teams. Fremont now fakey. Oh. 1,400 damage. Above the threshold. First ones to rotate with that grapple blade, but being the first ones can cause a lot of aggression to be focused onto you, as both of them are cracked now. Hopefully they've got Flowberry Fizz or something. Maybe even a medallion to heal them back up.
I'm a little surprised, especially with how much damage they took and being one of the first teams there, you know, essentially on an island by themselves, why there wasn't more of a prominent focus to try to take them out. But a blessing for them nonetheless is Hydro and Fast Roki, front side of zone, a little bit less to worry about. That's why you see them peeking through the cones, just trying to gather that information, figure out where players are going to rotate from. As iDrop and Nebs, as we tune into them a second time, 208 below the damage threshold, no heals. Nebs just has a few seconds to try to get the damage, but he goes down trying to get into the box, going for it. Landed a shot to try to make iDrop's job that much easier, but still far below the damage threshold with more work to do.
iDrop left alone. Like you said, has to find those options. Those shots have to connect, but unable to do so. Gonna be forced to use a med kit shortly too. Good news is there is 3 med kits. Might be able to just out heal the surge, but at the same time you want to be able to keep them for as long as you can. Taking those shotgun shots now. Might even be able to pick up a knock here, but it looks like not successfully, as now 1 more med kit left and the pressure keeps rising.
And just a handful of players need to go down, 2 to be exact, before it turns off. continuously taking damage, tries to even go down for a refresh. Daring little play, trying to find any bit of heals that he could work with. All mats, and in this scenario, it's the worst thing possible, and typically he'd be loving to mats just like that, and gets himself in front of Hydro and Fast Roki. His time's still running out. One more player still needs to go down. iDrop is continuously on the hunt. Just a few more seconds, and he gets taken down. Huge flank as he doesn't check the backside of his box.
Kiduo Kiro up top, but oh no, Kiro.
Oh, wow.
Headshot by the Reaper. Sniper rifle takes him out. Kiduo now looks back. He says, what happened? My duo's on the ground. I'm at 2 HP. It was looking so bright and now it's so dark. As now forced to use the med kits. 3 med kits,
oh, hey.
2 bigs, but be careful. That's not your teammate, Kiduo. That's an opponent's tarp. Somehow makes it out though. Med kits getting put to use now. Will he be able to recuperate this match?
That was so close. Almost even boxes his opponent in. It wasn't even he who got boxed there momentarily. 290 buff for Marius allows him the flexibility to stay on this layer, pop the Flowberry Fizz. You know, his rotation just got exponentially easier just because of that. A Snowy and Master with the high ground. Control like never before seen so far in this game. 5 eliminations as well into the top 19, but you can see their materials, their resources. Look at a little light if somebody were to contest it at this point.
Fakey now. Once again, another solo. Trying to stay up as much as possible. Meanwhile, Master and Snowy hailing from above. All the duos down below trying to scavenge those points, especially the solos, as Fakey found another E-Limp. Kiduo now choosing to take the medkit route, stay in zone, open up that opportunity for a potential flank on an opponent that might be further back. Fakey gets cracked though, gets eliminated as well. As Marius now continues.
That's not good at all, but for Marius, he at least has some utility to work with, but I'm not sure the Flowberry Fizz and the Crash Pad is not going to send you into the zone if you don't use it super correctly, but at least it's going to allow him to take different elevations and not worry about the fall damage. It's the builds he really needs to be conscientious of as he gets to the front side of zone. Full box is up, even 2, so all those builds go out just like that. So he almost has no choice here but to find a refresh towards the backside of the zone.
Kiduo maintaining his flame though as he finds another E-Limb. Only 2 builds to work with. All wood as well. He knows he has opponents close by. Some inside the storm. Takes those shots, cracks him. But is it going to be enough? As now the action continues. Be careful. Backside blocked off. No more builds to work with. Has to take the shot and it connects. But Kiduo will ultimately go down as Marius now with that Flowberry Fizz, with those crash pads and no builds to his name as well.
This is going to be a tricky situation. Gets blocked off by Fast Roki. Goes up and over, but Fast Roki on the chase. Cleans up that elimination. Him and Hydro doing good. 6 so far as a team. Multiple medkits. Very, very many resources so they can continue their journey through this house. Replenishing a little, but Master and Snow, it feels like they haven't been in a battle for the last couple of zones. They have the comfortability of being able to see everything play out right above them into the top 6. Only 1 player's left as a solo. Let's see what he can do.
The stress continues as players now decide. We have those med kits. It's time for the heal off. We saw what the meta is looking like currently, but the players who play aggressive stop those med kits, cancel them, forcing them to look for those engagements, for looking for those eliminations. Meanwhile, up top, Master's in the clouds, sitting carefully, sitting calmly. Hydro goes down. 2 med kits for Master left after this one gets popped. 3 players up. Is it going to be enough?
Not sure. Only time will tell. It looks like he's down low, still using those med kits, scrounging around for any loot that might be left behind from somebody else. Last of the med kits left. He's taking some time, taking the opportunity to go for a couple of shots. It doesn't even need them. His opponent goes down to the zone, and he takes that game with ease.
The shots didn't even have to connect because of his objective from those shots was just to cancel the medkit from his opponent to scare him a little bit, and it might have just worked perfectly. I'm not sure how many medkits his opponent had, but it did allow him to come out on top in the heal off, and once again, High Ground has taken the victory royale.
Yeah, it was Snow. Snow was the one who went down to be the disruptor, the destroyer of sorts, trying to stop all these heal-offs. There goes the first, and that was his 6th elimination at that point. Finally, he goes down, but he already gave all of his loot, all of his resources on over to Master before he dropped down low, so there was nothing left to scavenge. And Master, well, his name rolls to be true. He is the master of that game, and they end up on top. But once again, with more action to go, I'm going to send it on over to our desk to break it down and give us our next game.
Thanks, Jacob. Master and Snow indeed get the victory royale, propelling themselves up the leaderboard in some capacity. We'll check that out very soon. But again, here, 11 high ground. We've said it a gazillion times in recent years. It proves it is a very dominant position, and they utilized it splendidly.
Yeah, and I think the key to the win there really was, of course, Master had the medikits above, but Snow did such a brilliant job of going down and just really alleviating pressure for Master above. I was looking at how big and long their top was, completely uninterrupted. It was like the last 2 or 3 zones, nobody really had anything to say to them because Snow was doing exactly this, dropping down, clearing out every layer between him and Height. And I think, you know, when you have a teammate that has the confidence to drop down and play this way, you know, you're going to be sitting comfortably up on Height with all your med kits there, just like Master was.
Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you mentioned that their tarp on Height was just uninterrupted, because I noticed that as well. And it's just a contrary to what we saw earlier from Vanyak and company, who were just getting chop after chop after chop. Those guys just managed to maintain that high ground. And that just shows to me that they were able to apply that pressure really well, just so that no one even had a second, not even a moment to breathe, let alone look up and actually try and play for the Height and try and spray up there to try and knock them out. A really, really well played endgame from those guys. And as you mentioned, Levin, Snow doing such a great job down there. That's an almost an underrated role in a high ground win. Everyone always looks at the guy at top, healing off, making sure that he doesn't get knocked down to full damage or anything, but it's all about the other player that makes it happen.
Certainly, this is all about the teamwork. All about the teamwork. We're going to jump right back into the action. As we said, it is non-stop here on week 1 here of Major 1 here on FNCS EU. We're jumping in with Moneymaker. Let's see exactly what they're up to and where they are in the lobby. Let's get it.
Oh, we're in for a treat here, everybody at home. We're jumping on board probably one of the fastest growing superstars on the region, Moneymaker himself, with his duo Fortnite. This duo competed and earned their spot in the global championship. They were able to put some respect on their name, and that's why this season I am super excited to continue their journey and see their rise to the top. You can already see plans being in motion. Quick heal, toying with the idea to try to take over the high ground, as Vico and Pink have a different idea in mind. It's to take down Trulex and Chicho. Half of that plan has already been dealt with. Trulex is going to go down, but luckily Chicho is able to create some separation and be able to keep himself alive in this game.
We talked about heal off, but Pink is ready for a shield off right now. 6 shield fish, 3 big pots, holding all the shields he possibly can as Moneymaker and his duo partner continue to build on up. They want to maintain an advantageous position above here, as it looks like they just might have it. Gonna want to connect as much as possible, keep building on ahead. But so far, it's looking like a clean route for them.
Yeah, I think I've seen Moneymaker in a couple of games we've had so far in the background. So we're going to call this his debut, as he's featured here in this match along with Chicho. We saw his teammate Trulex go down to Moneymaker and Fortnite himself. No heals, no HP, plenty of builds though, so all he really needs is one refresher to find some loot that has been left behind, and he could easily be back into the game, especially as a solo. He has the mythic hammer pump added on top, so he's definitely going to be able to pack a punch if he's able to catch somebody off guard.
Lucy, on the contrary, with the 3 med kits, but not as many materials. It is enough though to stay up at least this zone, as he looks for the most efficient rotate here. Meanwhile, Moneymaker and Fortnite are building higher and higher as they maintain that position. Ref's guard though, and his duo partner now close together, compact, making sure nobody gets into their tarp as the rotate continues to be planned.
Easier said than done in most occasions. Chicho just hits a nice shot as a couple players trying to grapple by before he makes that rotation himself. At least he knows that a couple players are weak in that direction. But if you see so many players still all around, it's easy to lose sight of where that player is. You can even hear and see a medallion being passed off between the two. Chicho gets shot again on that rotation without heals. Every shot that he takes makes it more and more impossible for him to survive, but it's just the quick thinking, the acrobatics for him to get out of another dangerous situation.
Moneymaker now forced to make something happen. He's gonna have to put on his boxing gloves. He's gonna have to take a fight here. Only 2 builds to work with. Gonna choose to play it slow with the med kit, try and survive, secure as many placements as possible, and now find that angle onto an opponent once his med kit runs out. Pink now looking for the high ground. He wants it. He's hungry for it. Has the shield fish. I'm sure Vico's holding the hard heals as now they continue rotating while applying pressure. How long is this engagement going to go on for? Just 1 more minute left. A lot of time for this last zone. Moneymaker, though, he finds that elimination. Lucy goes down, gets a bit more materials. Only 7 HP, though, has to start juicing up with the Flowberry Fizz.
That's perfect thinking right there at the last second for Moneymaker, trying to stay alive. Great points as a solo, inching himself closer and closer inside of the top 10. Goes ahead of zone as well. Last of the builds are going to be used, and he gets taken out. But a round of applause for the effort he's been put in. But Pink and Vico, zone after zone, had their eyes on that high ground, finally achieved that success. And now it looks like the game is theirs for the taking.
Quickly picked up those medkits from the opponents they eliminated, setting themselves up for that victory royale as they continue finding those pickings down below. This change in elevation makes it difficult for the duos in the dirt and even on the mid ground as they have an incredibly difficult rotate up. It might even not come down to a heal off if Vico is able to find these eliminations, but the other duo standing, Shimoki Wheat, they have medkits as well. They have a decent position. It could turn down come down to this duo versus Vico as Vico drops down, takes his shot. But is it enough? It's not, as Vico's been eliminated. Shimoki now starting to heal off.
Yeah, but all the heals, you called it throughout the game. It was Vico that had most of the heals. Switched off between the two. Pink now has the med kits. Shimoki is running out. The last of the med kits is going to be used. Pink has 2 more in his back pocket. So Shimoki's going to have very, very little time to try to go on the hunt to get this elimination and win the game. And there's no person, there's no heals, there's nothing in sight. Pink is going to take the game and move up that leaderboard.
Perfectly played for Pink and Vico. Almost double-digit elite elims. They got the victory royale. Once again, we've seen it happen, Jacob, where you play on the high ground and you get that freedom for your duo to go down, disrupt the low ground, cause chaos. Meanwhile, you play back, play safe, pop the med kits, pop the floppers, pop everything you can to stay up as long as possible.
Yeah, and you kind of saw it throughout the course. They have their roles defined down to perfection. One player carried all the heals, the other one carried all the shields. And when push came to shove, Vico said, hey, I'm gonna go finish this game. Pink said, I'm gonna do the same thing up here. They win that one with ease, but let's keep the ball rolling. Adam, Levin, Minnie, what else you guys got for us?
Yeah, let's keep it rolling, baby. So much. Pink and Vico are your victory royales there, ensuring that they chunked out the high ground and made sure to sustain the mid, and then they just swept up where they needed to. The meds, the paying off there at the end for Pink. I was actually in the middle of about to make a peanut butter sandwich there. Crunchy, obviously. No time, lads. It just doesn't ever stop. This is ridiculous. Minnie, great work from Pink and Vico, and the action does not stop. It's amazing.
Yeah, really great stuff from that duo, of course. We saw them just trying to look for height there in the end, Levin. We saw them trying to make it happen. Ultimately, it did end up happening for them. They were able to get on the height as it so happened. And it was just really well played, a well-taken high ground from Pink, which is exactly what we'd expect from him, right?
Yeah, they were sort of really relentless for it. Jacob sort of alluded to it. They had just been looking for it the whole end game. And I think oftentimes when the team starts dropping low on materials, the decision is either we're going to look to play for height or look to play for low. A lot of the time, the decision is going to play for low, right? Getting eliminations is often a lot easier when you're down there. But with just how the game was winding down, I think they realized that we do have med kits. If we can get height, we're probably going to win the game. And it was the right decision. It was the right play, the right execution. And the team on height just didn't have the same energy for the pressure that Pink and Vico were applying. I can't believe we've not talked about these guys all day, because they are another one of those sort of sleeper duos, those dark horse duos where the skill level is there, the knowledge of the game is there. If these guys can piece things together, they will be a threat in FNCS for sure. And so really, happy to see them picking up a win here.
Yeah, make a huge difference, I'm sure, to points as well. Let's take a look exactly where we're at on the leaderboard. 2 standings are coming in thick and fast, like lightning. And you can see it right now. Sinet and Vanyak are currently on top in first position right now. 186 placement points, 26 eliminations, 2 VRs. But, you know, we saw Pink and Vico there, you know, slam dunking their way to second spot with 28 eliminations, Mini.
Wow, that's what we like to see from Pink and Vico. Just looking at their history from the rest of the games, they had an 8th with 9 eliminations, a 7th with 6 eliminations, and a 19th with 4 eliminations. So it's one of those sort of teams that needed that big victory royale just to boost their way up the leaderboard. You can see is exactly what that means for them. Some of our other teams as well, just outside of that top 10, also looking pretty good. We see some movement here as well. Moneymaker in that end game as well. Evan, really great little solo clutch from him. It's what we expect to see from Moneymaker because he does have all of that talent in his locker.
I mean, Moneymaker, one of the big fan favorites now, right? His rise has been unbelievable. Everybody's got their eyes on Moneymaker for now.
I certainly have. I hear that there's chaos kicking off somewhere out on the map. I think it's courtesy of Mustache and Malabuka. Let's join them. Let's see what's up. Here we go.
It most definitely is, Adam. Our record holders of the most elims in a single match. 15 elims from Malabuka and Mustache. But I think they're looking to do it again, Jacob. 2 on the board already.
Hey, still 45 possible eliminations left for them to snatch up. And plenty of game left to boot. When you add in that Reaper sniper rifle that Mustache has, he can definitely get a knock onto somebody or a solo quick elimination onto somebody as well. But that duo right next to him, they're traveling hip to hip with Malabuka and Mustache, and could be a good thing, but a team as dangerous as them, well, it could also be a bad thing as well.
Never can be too careful, though, as Snazy and put aside here. 0 elims on the board. A lot more relaxed, but that relaxation can turn into stress when it comes to you not doing enough damage. Only 24 above now. As you can see, Podesai, I can almost like tell he started moving a little bit more quicker, started editing more. Got a little bit scared there. He's like, oh no, gotta do some damage. As they look for the options, the issue is around them. To their knowledge, there's not a lot of people down below. Meanwhile, Cherry, Jiraz, on the congested side of zone here, do have easy pickings for options for damage. Just take a look, though.
Our first zone moving over towards Lavish Lair. As you called out 2 of their eliminations before, they spotted out that solo. And I said it before, I'll say it again. You don't really want to travel hip to hip with Malabuka and Mustache. You want to create space, especially if you're a solo, because they'll spot things like that out. They'll know exactly where you're positioned in your box. They'll also know that you're a solo, and with 2 Thunderburst SMGs, those walls will not be enough to hold back this team.
Walls, shields, nothing is enough to hold back this duo. Interesting zone here, I like it. It could be dangerous for the duos that have to rotate through this building in the future, but Lavish Layer, good amount of changes in elevation. Cherry, Jiraz, they were pretty healthy just a moment ago in terms of damage, and it looks like they still are. Just 44 players up, 23 duos. We are in the 8th zone here. Storm Surge is active, but for how long? As the rotates come through, the players could get picked off.
Well, everybody's kind of close together. This duo here has found a way to separate themselves from everybody else, and honestly, that was a nice decision there to use the crash pad without the Flowberry Fizz, because they wanted to go a little bit shorter. Too far off, they would have put themselves probably in the line of sight and the focus against a lot of other teams here that they're positioned nearby, but Zone continues to move forward. And this is kind of the first sense of a team trying to take high ground and instantly give it up and try to move towards the front side of that zone.
Finn and Ren now. 730 above, 4 elims just for Ren. Good loadout, good materials. This duo might even feel confident enough to take some shots up above and potentially play aggressive towards height. Meanwhile, Demus, Saren, also looking healthy. A lot of duos here have been playing a bit more passive, conserving their loot, their materials, and are looking incredibly strong for this late game. As now the duos that are going on ahead and building up, trying to secure that advantageous position. The question is, though, when you do it on these first moving zones, will you be able to hold it? We saw how difficult it got for DKS and Vox when they just kept getting chopped again and again. But, you know,
Yeah, they're looking healthy now in terms of builds, but just like you said, 3 straight zones is going to be an attempt to try to hold on to it. Podesai and Snazy have a different plan in mind, trying to attack the low ground, push these players out of their path, and quickly use the Flowberry Fizz. 1 of 2 charges they do have left to try to cover the ground and the distance, all while being below the damage threshold for Surge. So it's something they're going to keep back of their minds as they reach the front side of the zone.
Cherry now left as a solo. 3 medkits to his name as well. Good amount of materials, has those options, but be careful. It looked like almost your duo got in your box, started pickaxing him. And he's going to find that knock, but I don't believe he's going to go for the finish. It's too risky. Pick up the extra loot. Most likely will get picked up anyways. Look who's found it, though. Malabuka Merstash, as if they didn't need more loot. There it is. 1,500 damage above the threshold.
It almost feels like they didn't even know he was there, the way they were going after the other player on the other side of that box. Podesai goes down. Snazy has no choice but to disengage and leave him out to dry to try to collect as many points here as a solo. Already 4 being granted as a couple more teams do go down instantaneously as he makes his rotation forward. And this is where it is going to get tricky for a solo just like him this early into the moving zones with almost no builds to his name.
Artem now up above. High ground has changed owners, but be careful. Merstash, Malabuka are looking for it, cracking the solo up top now, permitting them to confidently build up. Not even a fight for it, just took a few shots, and there it is. Merstash is already up above now, crowns, kings of the high ground. Building out, be careful though, all that's left is wood. Hopefully, Malabuka has a bit more hard mats to work with as Snazy has just 2 builds to work with, making use of the matling mechanic here. Playing sneakily.
Yeah, and judging by the last few games, it's almost just like this for Snazy. Goes into the box, quickly sends his opponent back to the lobby with the Frenzy auto shotgun. Deals so much damage so quickly, but nobody really has chances to look up towards that high ground. Even though they're building in wood, they might be able to find some success because of all this chaos going down. You got Chari staying alive, zone after zone as a solo, using the last of his med kit. Now push is going to come to shove, and he's going to have to think outside of the box of how he's going to be able to survive. Jumps over Swift, who goes down to a whole nother team right below him, barely escaping danger, but another team right in front. The battles are endless for Chari. He's trying to survive, but he breaks down yet again. His quick thinking right now is the only thing keeping him alive.
40 HP, has those medkits, he has the option to do it, and there it is. The heal off starts coming through. Snazy as well, another 2 medkits to work with. This gives them a bit of time to think, to reflect on what their rotation's gonna be into the zone. As Myra now, that mythic hammer pump shotgun, 110 to his opponent, cracks him. Still another shot needed though, 108, it's not enough, gets knocked all up to his duo partner. Kingo now has the mats inside of the zone, looking for those connections, but he's running low. Soon enough, he has to make something happen.
And somehow, some way, Chari's doing the same thing. Multiple amount of solo points being picked up to 52 so far, but it's Malabuka on the high ground, who has now just entered into this phase of the game by himself as Merstash gets taken down towards the backside of the zone. Final 4 teams left alive, and everybody here is a solo. Chari finally gets taken down. His show comes to an end. 3 medkits off the back of Ezreq. On the other side, Malabuka has 2 left in his inventory. Everything is running out. This is our final 2 teams left alive, and Malabuka just might have the edge, but just in case, he drops down low. He's ready to fight it if he needs it with a medkit left. He ends the run just like that. Malabuka winning by taking it by force.
Played flawlessly by Malabuka. He had the medkits, but at the same time, you never know what your opponent has. He found him. Opponent was locked in, popping the medkits. Malabuka didn't even go for the wall replace, put a wrap, jumped straight into the box, and got that elimination required to take the victory royale.
So many teams today just taking destiny into their old hands, throwing the medkit out the window, and just finalizing their victory, cementing it with dominance. And you're seeing how he got his way there. Mustache was down, playing Disruptor. It ended up into this point, and Malibuca had more than enough, but he wanted to style and profile on his opponent. He not only took the ball, went in with a nice, perfect first shot, and only 17 HP left to take the win. He's definitely making a statement here in this game. As Adam, Levin, and Midi, I know you guys got some statements of your own after that one.
Yeah, you know what? Malibuca with the guts and the glory there in that victory royale. We saw that. I mean, absolutely sensational coming in from the duo there. Levin, what a team they are. This is just you know, top of the leaderboard before the game begins, and get a victory royale, multiple eliminations. Boy, they are the ones to beat, mate.
Yeah, textbook game for them as well. That I think everything sort of towards the end was just done so well. We already know they've been way up there in the leaderboards today, Mini, and I think when you look at the way that game ended, there's no surprises of how it went down.
Yeah, no surprises. Even right there at the end, just Malibuca making yet again the correct decision to jump in the box and try and go for that final elimination. I think it would have been down to Mustache as well, just telling him, you know what, this other player has a lot of medkits, has a lot of whites that he can actually use to heal up. So Malibuca, of course, was then able to jump on in, but a really, really well-played game. To be able to switch from low ground to height there, Levin, was a really, really well-executed move.
Yeah, we always talk about the team on heights won the game, but how did they actually do it, right? Really well executed. Height take, they went to the front of the zone, they created distance between them and the height team. A really nice spray from Malibuca meant that the guy on height was like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with this. Instantly dropped down, and then they were able to ramp up and take it, right? And I think sort of the small details there that really played in their favor was just making sure they had that space between them and the height team, making sure they timed it really, really well, right? On the transition, I think there's just so many things about this team that they do so well. And again, Mini, like you said, this here was excellent. A lot of players in that situation might have even just chanced it if they were Malibuca and just said, you know, maybe I have more heals than them, they'll go down in a second. No, making sure not to chance it, making sure not to replace the wall. I'm gonna jump in, make sure that if he is using a med kit, he doesn't even have a weapon out to shoot me. So well done from Malibuca there.
Yeah, absolutely stunning work there. We're jumping right back in here. We're not stopping for a second. This is nail biting, and we're getting back into the mix here. We're joining up with Cheatin and Vortex. Let's get in there and see what's up.
This is it. Final hour is among us, and this is where the pressure is on for a lot of these teams, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard. The series points are crucial, and the difference between starting in the upper or lower bracket side of things comes semifinals. It's Cheatin and Vortex. They seem to be having a pretty solid game so far. Great loadout, great damage above the threshold, and they even have another player in their line of sights that they possibly could feel like is weak, especially when the wood comes out.
So much damage, almost over 1,000 done with only 2 elims. You know they've been hitting their shots. They've been practicing their aim. As Neb's eye drop have been doing the same with 500 but 0 elims. Nate now though wants more than just a bit of damage, wants those eliminations as well. His duo partner with no shield, he has that medallion to recuperate it, but without a healthy duo partner, there's only so much you can do. 6 above, deciding what's the play here to get a couple tags. All he needs is a few. Using that Thurn and Thunderburst SMG though, at a long range, it could be a bit difficult, but a medium close range is perfect, and there it is. But now, still 62 below, 39 players up. Nate, hunting.
Yeah, and you're seeing the massive difference in the threshold, over 250 above or below. Now he's only 11. That was a duo that got taken down. That was just right above them on that threshold, making it a little bit easier for Nate and O-Lane to go ahead and try to go ahead and maneuver their way through this damage and this threshold while everything is going down around them. Nebs and Eye Drop enter the fray, getting elimination, a huge refresh on those mats. And when it comes to them, almost max metal for them both, so this could be an opportunity for them to try to take over high ground late in this game.
Archie with his duo partner here.
Archie
made their way into round 4. Looking strong here in this match as well. Quickly getting ahead of zone, getting the elevated position as well. Now opening up opportunities to shoot back on the players rotating, while Ricky is up top, maintaining height, as now Vortex and Sheeted are regrouped and ready for more.
Yeah, it's crucial that they stay to the front side of the zone. So teams like this that are trying to find their spot get no comfortability, even chases him down another layer of elevation, staying ahead of everybody else. And you see him peaking every single time. That was Pizoxy, one of our console superstars, making it this far into our top 250 as well. Everybody, but somebody gets into the box. This is where things turn around. That's iDrop who makes his way in, and Cheatin' and Vortex go down. Huge play by iDrop and Nebs to take him out.
They were looking so healthy, but in the blink of an eye, they're back in the lobby. That's Lucia and Carmi now are in more of a difficult situation with just 2 builds to work with. Going in, though, finds a bit of materials, gets another shot, 99. It's not enough to crack them, but it's enough to get the elim, and there it is. That's 4 for Carmi, as he's recuperated just enough materials to make his way back into Storm.
This is where push comes to shove for a lot of these teams. When it looks bleak, back up against the wall, they find another elimination. Nebs, even with no build, sets his eyes forward into the future, finds another elimination. But this is where it's going to get tough. Everybody getting closer and closer together without builds, without resources. The medkit being used before the heal off as well. It's all about placement here for them. And if you look at the sky, it's Vispen and Wolvax there as he drops down low to be the disruptor. Even with 3 medkits, the confidence to drop down low is huge.
Wolvax has confidence. He says, I think his dual partner said, yo, calm down a minute. Give me those med kits that you can go back to fragging. As Neb's eye drop, they're the ones in the dirt, and they're the ones that are going to get some action here soon. Feed close by as a solo. The 2 versus 1 down below. Meanwhile, the shots continue raining from above. It's not looking like the low ground's going to have much of a chance to play the heal off here. It's just full-on action.
Yeah, they don't want to let it come down to where they're getting dropped on. They're trying to keep as much control over as possible. Even iDrop getting a few builds to work with. Something is better than nothing, and that could be the difference maker. His teammate goes down, but iDrop not only has those mats, but gets the siphon as well. 3 medkits onto Vispen. iDrop goes down. It's Fetty versus Vispen, but he's going to drop down low. He doesn't go back for the medkit heal off. He's trying to get as most out of it as possible before finally jumping towards the backside of the zone. Does Fetty have any heals to try to match this? Only time will tell as he's staying with the zone. No HP to regain. Just a few seconds of opportunity that goes right out the window as Vispen takes the game by force.
Vispen did a great job there of making the correct decision to play the heal off, but his dual partner got me a little scared there. Dropped down. Wolvax with 2 medkits ended up getting eliminated and dropping those medkits on the low ground for his opponents. Luckily enough, though, they did not find them. They did not pick them up, and Wolvax was able to secure that victory royale.
Yeah, and you can see how close this tournament is to ending and how it's really affecting our players and their mentality. A lot of them may not like where they're positioned on the leaderboard, so they're getting very, very aggressive, picking up high elimination games just like this. And before going towards the backside of the zone, Wuka Vispen had 6 eliminations by himself, 9 total as a team. Almost double digits, but they still picked up a huge amount of points at the tail end of the day. But let's throw it on over to our desk for another breakdown of these games.
Indeed, another victory royale, this time courtesy of Wolvax and Vispen. I mean, decision-making, huge part of this, isn't it, Minnie? Massive, massive impact it has on our duos, and knowing exactly when to scarp up, when to think about heal-offs. That's exactly what happened there in the end game, and they've done themselves a world of favors in terms of points too.
Yeah, really nice stuff from this duo, of course, maintaining that high ground really well. Of course, they had the med kits. I'm seeing a bit of a trend here, guys. I don't know if you're noticing it as well. Get high, get meds, win game.
Yeah, pretty simple formula, mate. Pretty simple. This lobby was weird as well because it felt like nobody else had medkits at all. You know, you usually can see like the powers of loot. Maybe there's a couple of medkits in it. It's like, where were the medkits in this lobby? These guys were hogging them all. I think Jacob described Wolvax dropping down as confident. You know, I don't know if I'd use confident, you know. I thought it was almost a really bad play, to be completely honest with you. But it worked out in the end. I think Takata called it and saying Vispen probably started screaming at him, yo, please come back up to height. I need the medkits. And they win out the game in the end. So it all worked out for them.
It did, yeah. I mean, we're looking at the last 60 minutes or so of time now to accumulate as many points as possible in this week 1 of Major 1. You know, moments like that as well are going to be huge, aren't they, Levin?
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know, they'll be smiling ear to ear after picking up and winning this kind of lobby. And again, just looking to run it back.
on the team as well.
That's right. We check out Kami and Lucia here as well. Mini, again, another team managing to sustain, to kind of get that storm surge, ensure that they get themselves as far into the end game as possible.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Kami and Lucia, what a fantastic performance they had right there in that end game. They're picking up eliminations. Kami just chasing down his opponents and was unrelenting in the pressure that he was able to apply. There was a few moments here where he had those builds, but of course, in that mid-ground layer, just wouldn't give him any protection from that high ground, which ultimately resulted in him falling down there 11. He just need to drop down a little bit, we were saying in the back there.
Yeah, you know, it was nice at first, right? Because you're seeing him popping off and you're thinking, oh my goodness, this might be one of the better clutches you've seen for a while. But yeah, ultimately, no matter what level of Fortnite you're playing at, if you're running out of mats, staying on mid-ground like that's never really going to work out for you, and it's sort of just caught up to him. But these guys have still been doing really well. I think it's testament to how they've been in the standings overall. You're seeing them here really, really high up. There's been a name that have been sort of there and thereabouts all throughout the day. So they've clearly got their hand locked in on their meta, and things looking on the up for them.
Yeah, they really are. You can see 9 teams now have managed to supersede 200 points with Mustache and Malabuka sustaining 282. But obviously, they're out there right now. 47 eliminations as well, Mini. I know we keep looking at these stats here, but when you look comparatively to the rest of the lobby, almost 20 more than the team in second place there. That is such a difference maker, isn't it?
Yeah, and sometimes we see teams and players that are going for those high eliminations. They're not able to match it with high placements and those victory royales as well. I mean, Mustache and Malabuka, we shouldn't be surprised, right? They're one of the most experienced teams, two of the most experienced players in the region. Of course, Mustache winning in FNCS, Malabuka yet to do so. So I want to see more of the same from them. I want to see more wins.
Yes, we definitely want to see that. Also, we want to see more of the duos we talked about at the top of the show as well. Of course we do. Thomas HD, Queasy, 2 names we know very, very well. They're out there right now battling away, trying their best to clutch those points up. Let's join them and see exactly where they're at and what they're up to.
When you think of aim, when you think of mechanics, when you think of those shots with the Reaper sniper rifle, I think of Thomas HD alongside another Titan, Queasy. Jacob, I got a feeling this match, I think we're going to see something good come out of this duo.
Nah, I do as well. And just seeing the loadout right now, you have to know by now they start over towards Lavish Layer. They took out the NPC. You got to imagine they have the medallion and that mythic frenzy auto shotgun. And in the hands of Thomas HD, you guys see it right. You guys definitely do see it right. That sniper rifle, something he's been known for year after year, pound for pound, probably one of the best Europe does have to offer. It's just about giving him opportunities to use it. For now, I think they're just fine with their position, waiting to see where the zone goes before him and Queasy formulate their next rotation.
Meanwhile, Tini Misha playing a little bit more chill, you know, checking out what's left over here in the vault. Close to Grand Glacier. Does have that mythic Nemesis AR. Most likely has a medallion as well, but up in the mid-map objective, the island, it's Artist and Huddy here, who took out Yupko. And Blaha, unfortunate to go down in this part of the match. 5th zone. You use a lot of time in these formats where you play out 10 matches and you don't get a lot of points, especially placement wise. But for Artist and his duo partner, it's looking very bright now. Full materials, refreshed up, full heals. They're feeling good.
Seeing them right now where they're positioned deep inside of that house, it almost makes me wonder what kind of fight actually did go down. Typically on Loot Island, it stays towards the capture point, but somebody must have been on the chase for it to get that deep into the house. But nonetheless, huge victory to keep themselves going in this game, just like Casper and Prism. Just on the edge of zone, 2 more teams to the east of them, 1 more farther east, and even some position towards the west. And this is where they get to make that decision. Are they fine where they're at, currently positioned, or they want to rotate out? As we jump on board, a Victory Royale winner going up against Vidil, as Reason is already down, is already out. He's going to have to try to make something of nothing, but whoa. From what we've seen throughout Chapter 4, is this is the position in which he thrives in, under siege, forced to fight for his life. But I might have called it too soon. Snow has already won a game, and he's ready for his next.
Snow in his natural habitat here. Feeling good. I mean, he got the 2 eliminations, but at the same time, he lost his duo partner. And it's quite difficult to get a reboot this far in the match, but anything is possible. Let's see how he made his opponent slip up here. How he was able to take out Padilla. It was that one quick shot as the ramp edit came through, freezing his opponent.
Those are those moments, man, when you gotta get surprised and you just can't freeze up. You gotta keep things moving. You gotta keep things flowing. For How and Vexy going back into the loot, replenishing some of those crash pads. Gotta imagine they have some sort of flow berry or fizz onto Vexy. Try to make these crash pads that much more easier. Yep, they're gonna go for the sprint crash pad. They're about to fly like a couple of birds.
Fly in the sky. Look at them go. I love the rotates. I mean, especially when you see that combination of the flow berries and the crash pad. You can go so far, you can go so high up, but at the same time, you also open yourself up to getting tagged quite a bit. And with players like Thomas HD in the lobby, who has that Reaper in hand, I mean, I'd be scared, Jacob. Personally, I don't know how I'd be feeling flying around. But Marco, Fire Bro, I mean, they're relaxed. Could be watching us right now. I mean, who knows? He's sitting there looking at his ramp, and there it is. Now it's time. Get that rotate on.
We're on stream. We're on stream. Let's make a play. Let's make a play. And their play right now is a smart one indeed. Not as exciting as some would think, but it's just go to the slow side of the zone. They know this 50-50 means nobody is on that side of the map just yet. And so they're just finding so much open space, open land. And you can see they're just waiting for somebody else to rotate towards the slow side of the zone. They're not even building. I really, really wonder if this is going to work out for both Marco and Firebro.
I mean, those sneaky strats do work out quite a bit, to be fair. Whether it be a bush, whether it be in the crack of a roof in a bathroom, or in this case, behind a rock. You don't expect players to be there. Just one player going up to farm that rock could be what decides their fate. And look at this. Blurfire. Please tell me you don't need brick. Oh, that's not the same rock. Okay, I thought they were still there. I was like, wait a minute. This could be dangerous. But no. Looks like the rotation kept on through.
Yeah, they rotated early. They realized they were on the slow side of the zone. They just kind of continuously beat a lot of the teams to the punch, especially since it's continually moving towards the west. That means the entirety of the lobby got a pretty far full on that rotation. So you want to find your comfort zone rather quickly. And man, what a comfort zone they found. A couple of layers high in the sky as well, which gives them an opportunity to survey the playing field, figure out where everybody is rotating in from, because majority of the lobby already has to make that rotation.
It's a good idea here to stay elevated. 4 elims to their name as well, so you know they're feeling good in this match. And you can even tell by Firebro looking down below, seeing if he finds any opportunities on his duo or his opponents there. Shouldn't be worried about Surge, as once it refreshes, we'll see. But I'm sure they are quite above. But going back to the duo we started off with in this match, Thomas HD, Queasy. 781 above, 10 shots in that Reaper sniper rifle. I'm looking for a headshot this game. I'm hungry for it, Jacob. I want to see it happen.
Thinking the same thing, and typically I'm like, there's no reason to peek. 700 above. Well, this is the one exception. I give Thomas all the flexibility in the world with that Reaper sniper to try to peek through and find somebody slipping. Floki and Kyrie are right next to them, but the line of sight just isn't there to peek on over and get that shot. You see the plan in mind as well. Floki and Kyrie are just trying to weaken that cover and hit a 3-2-1 to try to get a sniper shot through. Not finding success, but those are the opportunities you have to go for when they present themselves.
Zone pulls north. 32 seconds to make a decision here before it starts closing. Storm Surge is active as well for those players that have not done enough damage throughout this match. They are put into a pressure situation, as now they have to open up before the rotates even begin, allowing their opponents to know that they need tags and focus them even more when the rotates start. But for players like Floki, they can play a lot more relaxed and take their time on the rotation.
They may not necessarily hear Storm Surge affecting that team in front of them, but as soon as the shields crack, that's when you're going to get that sign that, hey, maybe they're low on Surge, maybe they're struggling. But that time has not come just yet. They quickly make their rotation as Floki and Kyrie have their eyes set on getting to the zone first, not really having to go over the elevation with that grapple blade. They make it look easy. And this is literally what happens when you don't have set elevation. You become the focus from a bunch of these teams that are on the high ground, and quickly they make note of that and found the layers that they wanted.
Avens with that mythic Hyper SMG. 1,500 above the threshold, 6 elims to their name. 3 med kits. They're looking like a candidate to make an impact in this match. As now, this is quite an interesting zone. I'm curious to see now where it pulls, though. We can see it's pulled back southwest, down to the river. You can see Firebro making a huge play here, actually. Getting another elevated position while his teammate follows him, as he did get shot down. Now, it looks like they're going to try and keep it up. Thomas HD, though, taking some shots, trying to get a pick. But now, as the zone starts shrinking, 50 seconds for these players to continue their rotate. This is where it gets much more difficult.
Ooh, that was the perfect timing to peek through that cone. That was vital information, seeing high ground get chopped down momentarily, and that was the green light they took to go. Queasy, Thomas, they make a play for it. The battle is going to begin. More than enough material to try to hold on and fight if they do want, but they pause momentarily as Firebro convincingly is able to hold on to it. Him and Marco doing a good job, deny that opportunity for Queasy and Thomas, but they waste no time thinking of plan B, rotate to the front side of zone, but you can still see their focus on high ground is still there. This is something Queasy and Veno in the past have done season after season, and now we get to see it in the hands of Queasy and Thomas.
We know how much Queasy likes high ground, and it looks like they're going to continue going for it. Misha, though, 2 mythics to his name, but if he's getting focused by the whole lobby, it's not going to be enough. As now the materials start running low, everybody is focusing Misha. Misha, you've got to find a way out of there. As now the rotates have started coming through, it saved a bit of time for Misha. Still 45 build, still 2 med kits. Has lost his duo partner though, as now the high ground as well is in shambles.
And that medallion is huge because that's going to get him essentially up to full shields in HP, depending on if he took zone damage trying to take the big pot. Bugsy has to leave his teammate left behind, can't go back and get that revive, so it's all up to him as a solo. A few of them left in this game, including Marco here, but the grapple blade, they're doing a good job of staying ahead of the zone. I want to see Marco use a mini to try to get his shield back up to the most it can actually be, but he's still doing a good job staying away from all this chaos that these other duos are causing.
Floki continuing to stay ahead of zone here. Tarping along the edge. Very free layer. Even has the option to look above, seeing, why isn't high ground building ahead? Where are they? Are they low? Do they not have materials? What is going on? Meanwhile, Misha starting the medkit play. I think Thomas kind of knows that there's some players behind. Floki now, they've successfully taken it. They have height. They have the loot to play with it as they start applying pressure down to the players who might be looking up. Meanwhile, Thomas and Queasy, they want nothing to do with height as they're controlling the low.
Yeah, that was a great find, and you see finding the sniper is going to get switched away for the floppers. Possible win condition in their hands at this moment. Definitely doesn't beat out a med kit, but if everybody gets taken down just like that, he won't have to worry. Misha even finding another elimination as a solo, getting those siphon mats, keeping his journey alive in this endgame. Top 10 has finally been reached for everybody here left alive.
Incredible job from Misha here, surviving as long as possible, but now it's against the duo, and it's not any duo. It's Thomas HD, it's Queasy. Misha, you want to take an engagement with anybody except for that duo in this lobby right now. They're looking healthy. They're close together, filling themselves up on heals now, as Floki's still up above, applying pressure, taking out those duos that might be wanting to contest them. 2 medkits to Floki's name. Misha with another one. That's 3 as he continues his wrath.
These are huge finds, not only on the eliminations, but the medkits and mats that he is picking up, keeping himself alive, but he drops down a layer to get away from somebody else, but into the hands of a whole nother team in the name of Thomas and Queasy, who find their 6th elimination this game as a duo. But it's the heals that only worry me. So far, majority of these games came out to medkit heal-offs. Floppers will not do the trick, but I don't see medkits anywhere in sight. Kyrie's going to go down, leave it all up to his teammates. Another player's going to get dropped. It's almost like it's a solo FNCS.
And here it is. Queasy, 3 medkits, 1 flopper, but be careful. He is not the only one playing heal-off. It looks like a heal-off fest right now. Floki up above has 2 medkits onto his last one. We have Kubas here, 2 more medkits left while he's still popping one. Queasy as well with 2. This could be close.
This is his last one, his last opportunity. Perhawa might have the lead in terms of medkits, so Queasy's gonna have to go on the hunt. Floki runs out, gets Queasy, takes him down, makes it that much easier, gets more placement points with the elimination. Kubus down to his last medkit. Perhawa down to his last medkit as well. Kubus runs out on the other side of the wall. He goes in and gets set right back on out by Perhawa as he wins the game, defending the heal off.
Perhawa, quick hammer pump shot to the head, securing that elimination. It's always stressful. You got to make the decision. Do I keep holding the med kit? Do I take the shot? Do I take the engagement? But once you're running low on heals, you have your opponents hunting, trying to find the other players, playing that heal off, and just in those final moments, you need to connect that big pump shot.
Yeah, it's those perfect moments that are timed to perfection of when you stop your med kit and break into the box while they still have theirs being attempted. But at the end, Queasy trying to make something, gets taken down by Floki, who eventually gets taken down to the zone, which led us to the 1v1 heal off and aimed perfectly to take down Kubus and get his 4th elimination of the game so far. Fantastic game so far, one after the next, and that shows the mental composure from a lot of these players.
Look, I think that was the match that we had the most players healing off in that part of the zone. I mean, normally you got 2, maybe 1, 2, 3 players. There was at least 4 or 5 popping the heal off there. But I want to talk about my favorite 3. Let's hot it over to Adam, Mini, and Levin.
Oh, thanks, guys. Those beautiful faces. Those beautiful faces. Good to see them. Power and Vexy. I mean, another victory royale here on the, adding to the many we've had thus far on our week 1 qualifiers here. I mean, and again, we see these heal offs. We've seen a few of them at this point here in the competition here. Good to see as well that that we had multiple different different players from different duos in that kind of end game together. It's a case of just whoever managed to last the longest was indeed our victor. Levin.
Yeah, no, it was a fatal 4-way of heal-offs, right? Like it was genuinely so many different, people who were really in that game. And then once again, another heal-off that came down to really just one shot. If he hits a bigger shot there, who knows? Maybe he actually sort of wins the game and it goes the other way. So I feel like we've had so many of them where it's just so close. But if you're Perhawa, you're not complaining, right? You're going to take the win and run away with it.
Yeah, it's what we like to see, right? I think Storm Sickness definitely has a part to play there as well. It's just knowing how much or how many ticks you've actually taken, so how much you can survive in the Storm later on. I think that's what we saw right there. We saw Floki going into Queasy's box. I think he even had another medkit there, so there was a little bit of sustained potential, but of course we saw that elimination come through and it didn't quite work out for Queasy in the end. But again, a solid performance. The fact that that is still only like a 4th or a 5th for those guys is crazy because all the zones are closed, everyone is healing off, and you get a 5th. Like, oh my goodness, it's not the best for them, but they're doing okay so far today.
They're doing okay. I mean, let's see who else is doing okay on our leaderboard. Our standings are coming in thick and fast here. Let's take a look at them and see who is currently top of our leaderboard, and it's changed again. Chris and Skvi are currently in that top spot there, 11, with 25 eliminations. Play some points as well. However, I've no doubt Mustache and Malibu are out there somewhere and making mad plays, and they'll be back up there before long.
100%, man. Of course, Chris and Scree have had a massive jump, right, to get up there. An even bigger jump further down. Look at Refsguard and QB. They have gone up 21 places. That must have been a huge win. Or not a huge win, but just a huge game, from them to be able to get them up there. It's, again, one of these situations where things are always turning over. Things are changing. I'm sure if we refresh it again in like 4 minutes, there'll be a whole different sort of situation going on, right? So, we always are sort of on the look for these things. But, again, good to see Refsguard and QB pushing their way up there.
Yeah, absolutely right there. I mean, as you can see, ever changing that leaderboard. It'll change multiple times over the course of the next hour. Trust us. Let's actually take a look at some highlights of one of our players we talked about so much here in previous FNCSs, and rightly so. It's, of course, Thomas HD here, paired with Queasy. I mean, Thomas HD, what he does with a sniper rifle, Mini, is just, it's stratospheric. I mean, it's incredible. There are no words left. We've used every word there ever was invented for Thomas HD at this point.
Yeah, we have Alvin, what I really liked about this endgame for Thomas and Queasy is we often associate Queasy as being the high ground king, always going on to high. But this is a really, really well-played endgame, just showing the experience from both of these players, Levin, being able to play the low ground and play it so well as well. That just comes down to experience, knowing how well the game, how the game's played and how well they can play it is exactly what we like to see from this duo. It's the adaptability, it's the overall variety to their skills. It's not just high, it's also a little bit of low ground action as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think Queasy has, sort of evolved as a player. He's learned not to play out of his means. I think a year ago, maybe more than a year ago, yeah, Queasy would have been psychoing for height, no matter the circumstance. I just want to play on high ground. He's evolved as a player. He's learned as an IGL, and he knows, look, if the situations where we can't play it, I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to force it. He feels much more comfortable playing on other layers now, and that shows evolution, that shows improvement, and that just gives me confidence that they will be a threat come finals time.
They certainly will be. I mean, communication, Mini, as well here. Obviously, key for all of our duos that have recently gotten together and kind of working things out. Obviously, from the likes of Thomas HD and Queasy and others, when you find that rhythm and find, the IGL nature of things as well, it has a huge impact, as you can see, because the talent, the quality is clearly there. It's just a case of making sure we know exactly when to go, when to stay, when to heal, and when to progress.
Yeah, and that'll come with experience, right? Of course, as a new duo for this season, I'm sure they'll be able to develop that. We saw what Queasy could do with Veno all the way back when they had 6 victory royales in grand finals out of the 12 games. So once they find that stride, I'm sure they'll go on to win great things.
Indeed they will. Right, we're hearing that the Polish Panthers are on the prowl. They are ready to pounce out in the lobby somewhere. Let's join them and see exactly what they're bringing to our competition and see how they're getting on. Let's go on in. Let's join Cammy and Seti.
Polish Panthers. I think might officially steal that one away from Adam Savage, especially with the way Cammy and Seti have been playing for 2 straight years. Yes, you've heard that right. Not 1, not 2, but over 2 years. Yes, I corrected myself there. That's over 700 days of success from Cammy and Seti. Consistency, 17 grand finals appearances for Cammy. They are just out of this world, and it's through different meta changes, through different map changes, through different weapons, through different everything. These guys always seem to figure it out, and the key is it's almost usually never at a big name POI.
I mean, that's a long time, Jacob. That is a long time, and that's what I like as well. Like you said, it's not always at a big POI. They find the most effective way to not only make use of the early game, but these drops, whether it be using EMPs to shield or to fish more efficiently and get those heals, as it's such a heal-off dominant type of meta. They always kind of find their route and what they like doing. That's what you love about that duo, right? Resin, though, with Vidil. 4 elims on the board. Up in an elevated position as well. And they don't even need the heals right now. They know that they'll be continuing to play aggressive here. And they can find them later on. As Chicho and Trulex have taken control of the island. Few duos around them, but no trouble.
I really thought I would see more of Chicho and Trulex in big moments, end games, high grounds. They've won 2 games in the Global Championship final while contested at that. So when you have those sort of accolades, those sort of accomplishments in one of the biggest stages of them all, you kind of get to expecting big things come major time. Probably need some time to warm up and get things rolling as Vidil and Reason end up in a 2v1 situation. I feel like the time is ticking before this one does come to an end, because these are 2 juggernauts of the region, and they know how to end these fights before that player can kind of get out, especially when already have the shields drained off. And interesting for him to just take that moment, get the big pot. Vidil's going in, trying to end this one just like that. And I said they don't want to let that early damage go to waste, but in the mini-map, I see another team towards the south, slowly but surely creeping up in their direction.
Look, Resin's got faith in his duo, all right? Resin's like, you know what? Vidil's in his 1v1, but I'm just going to pop a big pot. I got no worries that Vidil won't win in this engagement. There's no way he hits this. Oh! Wow. 290 Reaper headshot, taking him out. I'm not gonna lie, he was looking kind of further out. I thought it was gonna be a long-range snipe, but that was still something.
I blame you. I blame you, because I felt like maybe he would have missed, but then you called him out. So it's Takada's fault. Thank you, Takata.
All right.
Cursed him there in one time at least.
I see how it is.
Yuki and Moldy Fishy. Just being persistent on this cover. Full center zone on this 50-50. So at this point in time, they do have some room and some time to work with before other teams begin to third party over. But an ill-advised peek on the Moldy Fishy. He gets tagged up just a little bit, but that little bit is enough to make him second guess if he wants to fight this or not.
Now as well, he continues to look through the cone, throwing the medkits to the teammate. I don't think this is going to turn into a huge engagement. There hasn't been any reason to yet, as the shots just go back and forth, but I believe all they're looking for is a bit of damage. It's not like they need the eliminations. Well, actually, Moldy Fishy here could use some more materials, but not enough for them to risk it all.
Yeah, it's still a little too early in some of these zones, especially without Storm Surge really forcing the action just yet. You do have the comfortability to bide for your time. You don't have to force any moves, put yourself in a spot in which you don't like. And Gripey and Kylie, they found a spot that they do like. It may not be builds high in the sky, but it's definitely a bush that they found some safety in before they Flowberry Fizz their way out of there. And you can see they're going towards the south side of that 50-50 where it is beginning to open up. But they're rotating parallel to another team. It's just a matter of do they see them or not. Because once they get to this other side of the mountain, that's when they're going to be in line of sight of one another.
Gotta be careful being in line of sight, especially when they see you run into a bush like that. That bush is no longer as safe. All it takes is one Reaper shot and a bit of luck from the opponent to take you out. As we go back to the Polish Panthers. Polish Panthers, as Adam likes to say it. Cammy and Seti on the complete uncongested side of the zone. You can take a look at the mini-map bottom right. Nobody close to them, allowing them to have a basically free rotate. There's one duo now, which is applying a bit of pressure, but that's literally the only duo that has line of sight on them. So they could even just kind of play it a bit slower, just wait for them to rotate, which is exactly what they did, and now they have the freedom once again.
Two peas in a pod. I was thinking that same thing. Even though they're trying to gatekeep them from now, eventually they will have to rotate forward in towards the zone. And that's that window of opportunity that both Seti and Cammy found. And immediately you see him try to build up for some of that height. He knows he might not stay in this spot, so you see the switch up of materials as well. And you see a lot of these calculated moves being made right before our very eyes as they get every piece of information fed to them.
Looking over at Steno Lushi, though, who are more centered here in terms of being on the edge or not. They are on the north edge of the new zone. This is actually where a lot of the duos will be ending up after their rotate. So it will turn into more of a congested area. As Steno was almost cracked, forced to pop some of his shields, and it looks like they don't have too much to worry about in terms of damage, but you can never have enough damage, never have too much. Trulex, Chicho might have been the ones blocking off Cammy and Seti in quite the advantageous position here, to be fair.
Yeah, they're just on the edge of zone, being able to look on into the distance, trying to see if anybody's going to rotate from high ground. They spot out a player, unable to land the shots, but it's the information that is important here that Trulex was able to gather, feed over to Chicho. They formulate the pan and spotting everybody either rotating or where those players are positioned in a box right next to them. Another team might not necessarily be faring well when it comes to Storm Surge. Chicho under siege, under pressure, shields get dropped. Trulex takes a massive shot as well, and this is where things get turned sideways for Trulex and Chicho. Since they took so much damage so early, they cannot fight this position, so they're forced to expend mats to go upward, which isn't always a bad thing, but it all depends on where the next zone is going to pull, which it does seem to be a max one.
Chicho actually, I believe, got a knock during that engagement, maybe even an elimination, which gave them a bit more time to stay up above and make those decisions. But now, with the materials they've used and the amount of shields they've had to waste as well on that situation, seeing even Hen already built up in the zone, it's going to make it very difficult for them to maintain the tower they had built. As Hen not only has height now, but even 7 eliminations just to his name. 1,700 damage above. This could be their match.
That's actually impressive between these two. They've never really been afraid of big moments, of big fights, but they make sure they are the right ones when they do have to take them time and time again. Into the distance, they're just trying to chop down Reason, not really gain any bit of elevation, but turns aside. It looks like the deal possibly has his eyes set on him. Eclipse and Frizzy as well. So much focus coming in this direction. But because they're so far ahead of the damage threshold, they don't have to necessarily peak. But as we jump on board, Trulex and Chicho, they go down with only a few placement points in their back pocket this game.
Camiseti, though, looking a lot healthier than Trulex and Chicho, as they are actually taking some shots at that tower that Hen has built in the zone. Wants to have the option to break them down as the zone has pulled towards them on the west side. And they don't want to give them that freedom of already having a tower built. I believe they're ready to almost just edit what's above them after breaking that down. But will they want the high ground? Is Cami and Seti, is that something they're looking for? Or is it just the disruption that they want to make? As RZ now, Egrim, it looks like the contestation has already begun. Someone's up above them. The duo start rotating through. You got to make a decision. Do you fight for it or do you keep rotating?
Yeah, you kind of see the hesitation live and in the moment, going back and forth, looking low, looking high, but unfortunately took too long to make that decision. Hen and Vasquez are able to kind of solidify that high ground and force that team not only towards the low ground, but almost ultimate low ground at that. And you can already see Vasquez is going to go forward. Hen is going to put some suppressive fire down to try to make that jump towards the front side of the zone that much easier. But it's Reason who's going to be the gatekeeper from now, but a 2v1, two well-placed shots is going to momentarily pause them, but they actually give it up altogether. They don't want to fight against Vidil and Reason.
High ground keeps changing over and over again. Those 3 changes in that one zone as Hen and Vasquez has been forced down below now. They still have an incredible amount of damage, but now Hen is left alone. Duo partner down. 3 medkits, has the option to play a bit slow here, even stay in zone. I don't think Hen is going to be making any risky decisions anytime soon. Diox, though, and Cade trying to pop that med kit, but floor gets broken. Cancellation as the rotation comes on through. Does have a bit of materials, but not enough to be comfortable.
Yeah, he did just enough to claim the space on that low ground, reunite with his teammates, but definitely running out fast as Hen drops down low. He's looking a little light when it comes to the resources, but a pull back in the zone is going to give him a sigh of relief for at least momentarily, but you still see him on the lookout, figuring out where everybody's going to rotate from. With that extra time, he was able to get some information before he makes his next move, but it's Gripey and Kylie, the ones that are overtaking the high ground late in the game, but they still have one more player to go through. A quick cone in the box is going to have them successful in this high take.
Resident Vidil, have they given it up? They've been blocked off, but just for how long as a shot comes through and another duo once again. Cami and Seti, they had their eyes on it, but now they've claimed it. Up above, taking shots now on the duo's second height. They know how many duos have been contesting height throughout this match, but the materials have been used up. Resin now takes out 1, takes out 2. That's 6 elims left alone. Forced back in zone, tries to get those medkits. Unable to, now forced back again. 22 HP, no more medkits to work with, but has the materials to stay up.
A little bit of a blunder as he panicked trying to find that med kit. It's still towards the backside, and with the HP that he has, he cannot go back for it. Hen now trying to make something out of nothing. Nice shots as he's staggering himself as long as possible. Reason's going to be above. He spots him out as a solo. Nice drop down attempt, but unsuccessful. But first you don't succeed, you try again. And it's Steno who gets taken down as we enter our top 4. And it's the Kings on top of the mountain. Over 2 years of dominance. They're looking to extend that for a 3rd straight year. Cami and Seti.
Looking to see what type of heal-offs they have. There was just one more player left, but it looks like he's ran out of medkits now. It's looking like just a bit of aggression is all they need. 2 versus 1v1. Down below, Eclipse. You're fighting the solo and there's a duo up top. He gets that 1 elimination, but now Cami drops down and picks up that last piece of the pie, securing the victory royale.
They were like a bird in the sky, watching those two solos battle it out, trying to line up the shot perfectly. As soon as one of them went down, Cammy set himself to take care of the rest. With a well-placed shot, Cammy and Seti make it look easy. And after a little bit of a slow start to our day in game 1 on the broadcast, they have definitely picked up the pace to be in that championship caliber form we know they can take.
They took height at the perfect moment as well. There was so many duos contesting it, but they were the ones that executed that contestation at the perfect moment, and they were even ready to execute the heal off. Cammy went down to disrupt the low ground to get those frags. Seti was up above, ready to heal off, but all they needed was that one quick pump by the hammer pump shotgun, and Cammy cleaned it up, getting them that nice victory royale.
Yep, and just like that, with a few games left on our docket, I'm going to throw it on over to our analyst to break it down and show us what we got.
Yeah, Cammy and Seti, the Polish Panthers, get their lunch. This is what it's all about. This is a second win this late in the day. Obviously, we know is really key going into the last kind of like 40 minutes or so ahead of the lobbies closing. I mean, Levin, it means everything now. And Cammy and Seti, we've said it so many times over the years, managed to clutch up, get that victory royale again. It's great to see.
100%, man, and really standard stuff. I'm not gonna lie, part of that lobby felt like I was watching like an FNCS throwback lobby for a second. We had Reason popping off, right? The Hen was popping off as a solo. Of course, Cammy and Seti in there. We know how long these guys have been around. It was really fun to watch, really. And Seti and Cammy not winning in the most throwback way by their standards, right? They were up on height, which isn't what people associated with, you know, them back in the day, but something that they've become very proficient at in the past year or so, and showcasing it here, really. And it looked like a win from any other game we've seen today, really, Minnie.
It just did, yeah. It's exactly how we expect a game to go. But as you mentioned, yeah, Cammy and Seti, they've been developing, of course. They've sort of developed, I say been developing. They're already fully fledged now as a duo. To be able to encounter any type of endgame zone and just overcome any of the problems they have, that means going for height sometimes. That means playing low ground. That means playing mid ground. And every single time they go about that is absolutely excellent. And in particular in this endgame, what I really liked was there was so much action down below, but Cammy and Seti stayed up as a duo up there on top. They understood that there was so much action going on. They didn't want to lose one of their teammates, and they did it so well.
They really did it well. One of our teams actually that we watched earlier on get a victory royale in this competition was Vico and Pink. We hear that they're out there right now cracking the whip in the lobby. Let's join them and see what they get up to. Let's dive right on it.
Vico and Pink coming back from back-to-back first place finishes. You know their confidence is at an all-time high, but Jacob, the question is, can they make it 3?
I will definitely figure that out, and if they can make it 3, I think they will be the first team to win 3 back-to-back-to-back games in this new format, and they might be the team to beat. We'll go ahead and make that possible. Trip and Fedoxy's not going to let it come easy. They have the Grand Glacier, Mythic Nemesis, making it that much easier. You got to imagine the Medallion to follow as well, so heals not too much of a worry in terms of shield. Depending on what Fedoxy has, I'll be looking for med kits, floppers, some sort of HP to be regained, but you can see they have their eyes set on another fight. Zerto actually saw them kind of talking on social media saying, I'm the guy that might be on height. Well, this is your chance to shine, especially with Fedoxy getting taken down.
Trip now also put into a dangerous situation. 59 HP, the shots come through, the build's breaking as Trip needs to get out of here. 11 HP, one more shot, and he's taken out. Just a breath by his opponents, and he's gone, but he keeps connecting shots, although it's going to come to his end now. Prism, Vesby, feeling a bit more confident as Pink and Vico. Vico kind of looking through the cracks of his brick wall here, trying to see if he can find an option, and there it is. Julian, be careful. Back-to-back shots gets taken out, but Vico's not done. He still wants some more, and that's another elimination, up to 5.
That's the scary thing about a lobby like this. Once players begin to feel themselves, they have a massive amount of points in terms of, as a cushion of comfortability, they start to let loose. And right now, Vico, 5 eliminations so far, is beginning to do just that. I feel bad for anybody that might be a little house at the top of the Avalanche, because he's crashing down every chance he gets. Belusi and Gabix, they become under siege, under 5-3 HP. Shots from above just seem to be so much that they can't handle, and it's just too much from multiple teams as well. They're going in and out a lot of these builds, but still being chased simultaneously. Gabix momentarily gets left by himself as Belusi's just trying to find some sort of crevice he can hide in. A nice shot to try to back down his opponent, and that's going to give him a little breath of fresh air to try to stabilize themselves in this position.
And you might be wondering, you know, why is there so much aggression going on? Why is there only 8 duos? Why is there only 16 players? It's because they only have 5 more minutes left to find their last match. So this game is full-on aggression, full-on chaos, annihilation by every player in the lobby. There might be some that just want to finish it off and get the VR, but there's a lot more that want to continue playing more matches after this one. 8 duos, Jacob, and the chaos isn't close to being over.
That's what I love, just knowing that there's more chaos around every single corner, especially since we're getting down to the wire on time left to get the points for that series points. Zerto goes in. Besby's just kind of stuck by himself on the other side of that cover, unable to lend that helping hand, but pressure from another team is there. Plus, he has no choice but to go forward. Is able to get one, but gets shut down almost instantly after. Almost everybody in that fight just got sent back to the lobby, and it goes to show how desperate some of these guys are for those points.
Just 4 duos up, 8 players. It's all duos right now. The question is, which are going to be the ones that continue that aggression? It's Pink, it's Vico. They're hungry, they're starving. Misses that pump shot, but hits the Thunder SMG. Double headshot, it's enough. Another player dropped in the box. Another elimination for Vico and Pink, putting them into a blender. 7 total elims for this duo as they continue forwards, with just 5 more players up.
I don't know what they ate this morning, but it's just a bunch of next every time they finish a fight. Next, next, just send them in. I'll send them right back on out. And probably one of the earliest end games we have seen in Fortnite competitive broadcast history. 9th zone, Pink and Vico just dominating the playing field, but they have one opponent left, Takata.
2 versus 2. It's looking like a Zone Wars match here as Vico's already taken down 1, and there's the second. 8 elims plus 2 from Pink, double digit. They finished it off.
They were just terrorizing team after team, player after player in that last end game. They're just trying to secure themselves as many points as possible, because after these 2 qualifier weeks, where you're at on that leaderboard determines, do I get an easy road in the upper bracket, or do I have to fight with my back against the wall in the lower bracket to reach my spot in finals?
Back to back to back. 3 victory royales in a row for Pink and Vico. Now with the opportunity to get into that last match of the day, we could be witnessing history.
This is actually history. You said it yourself, of the 3-peat so far, the hat trick. This is complete and utter dominance coming out of Pink and Vico on the day, but with so much chaos to break down. Adam, Levin, and Mitty, let me know what you guys think of these guys.
Oh, I mean, we were in awe here over here. You know, Pink and Vico, the triple threat here, they just seem unstoppable. I mean, it works in their favor. I mean, they can both, clearly communication is key. They know exactly when to go, when to hold. I mean, Minnie, we talked about this so much, the synergy between our players, and they clearly have something very strong going on.
Yeah, very important, particularly in an uncharacteristically quick end game right there. I mean, the reason was, of course, everyone's trying to get into that last game, into that last queue to make sure they can get as many placing points and elimination points as possible. But this is where you need to have that good chemistry as a duo. You need to have that fighting ability, but also the ability to know when it's time to stop jumping in box. And we saw that with Pink and Vico. They understood when they could take the fight and the fights that they could take there at the end.
I think calling it an end game was a bit generous. Felt like an extended mid game, you know, it looked like a diamond ranked lobby almost at times, you know. But still, we had some top players in there, and Vico and Pink certainly are top players, and top players that you can actually watch the streaming, right? So you know, the benefit of actually a team like this, we get to actually hear their comms, and you're right, Adam, right? Because when you do get to watch these guys when they're streaming their competition, the comms are clear, they're concise, they're both on the same page, and it goes to showing the results there. And shout out to Jacob, he's adapting to where he's waiting you the hat trick. You know, reference to football here. I like that, Jacob. More of that.
Shout out Jacob. I mean, as well, talk about the kind of like the ninth zone there being the end game. For newer kind of viewers to FNCS, how does that change things up competitively when you finish that early in the game, Mini? What does it do differently? How does the mindset change of players when they can see that kind of the lobby is really thinning out and there's still kind of ample time to go?
Yeah, it kind of all depends on where you're on the leaderboard and what type of a team you are. If you're confident of fighting, then you might as well try and capitalize on those eliminations. But if you're not quite as confident of fighting, which I hope a lot of these teams are, you can actually just ride out those placement points, right? As everyone else is battling it out, you just have to keep one eye on the clock. When you're playing the open tournaments like the Cash Cups and stuff, just keep one eye on the clock. Make sure that you're actually able to make the most of the game and then get into the next game. Otherwise, it's a complete disaster.
This is what I was talking about earlier in the day, Adam. It's like you're not just playing a lobby like we typically have in traditional round fours. You're playing the tournament, not just a specific lobby, the tournament.
Yeah.
Like Minnie said, paying attention to the clock, figuring, okay, this is our W key game. Then we head into the final stats game, right? These are the things that the players sort of have to figure out here.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, folks, we are moments away from going into one of our last games, if not our last game of today's Week 1 Qualifier 1 here at Major 1. Let's take a look at our standings as they look now, comparatively to the end of the day. And as you can see there, with our Victory Royale, Vico and Pink propel themselves into first spot. You can see some of the teams we talked about earlier on in the competition as well. Mustache and Malabuka in second place. You can see the likes of Chris and Svi, who were there earlier on in the top spot. Setting and Cammy come in. I mean, Minnie, this is looking really exciting here, but this next game, this could be such a big difference maker going into the second week of qualifiers. So you can see 11th through 20th position here as well.
Yeah, I'm really happy for Pink and Vico as well, because going into this week, there's a few question marks about who Pink was going to be playing with. He was playing with Venno in these sort of console cash cups and stuff. There's a few people that were asking him, hang on a sec, who's he actually going to be playing with coming into this FNCS? It's Pink, it's Vico, it's the duo coming back together. I'm sure, Levin, you know all about how that went down.
Yeah, there was definitely a moment where, the Pink Venno duo was a possibility. But yeah, not this season. And thankfully for Vico, I did see in 17th place just a second, King and Phaser doing really well. So of course, big up to the BR boys for bringing the heat on EU. Yeah, no, it wasn't 17th, it was 14th. Wow, even better. 238 points so far. So again, showing that they can hang with the big boys here.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a really good point, isn't it? Coming into we've seen it previously that some players in the past have come into different regions, and talk us through this, Levin. How difficult is it, would you think, for a player like King or like Phaser for that matter as well, to come into a different region, knowing that the kind of the caliber of talent in this particular region as well? Like, what's the kind of game plan? Do you think there is an overall game plan? Is it more a case of just kind of like, let's do what we do best, let's do what we do on our Brazilian region, and just hope that it kind of sings here in EU?
You have to have a sense of humility, one, in that, look, you've come from a region that isn't as strong traditionally, right? And so they can't have come here thinking, yeah, we'll just do what we do on BR. No, impossible, right? And I think they have actually shown signs of being serious, right? They have a coach, they have someone that they are using to help them to figure out those small details. And ultimately, the skill level is there, right? Even if we say, traditionally, Brazil's not as strong a region as the EU, they are still as skilled as the teams here on EU. So it's just about figuring out where they fit into the meta, how they can express their gameplay through the lobby.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen players go over to EU before as well. We had, I think it was Suns and Vortex from OCE actually make their way over to EU, not quite do as well. So this is a real testament to how well these guys are doing. I think the main problem that they're having at the moment, from what I've been seeing when I've been watching them, is just making it to endgame as a duo, making sure that they can get those mid-game rotations, those Storm Surge tags together and make it into that endgame together. That's something that I want to see how that develops, because it's a whole different ball game when you're playing in a set lobby format, when those Storm Surge tags are going to be absolutely more vital. And for that team, that's a big question mark for me right now. They're doing really, really well in these open qualifier formats and these open lobbies, but when it gets down to the set lobbies, how are they going to fare making it to endgame together? Because that seems to be their problem at the moment.
And for me, at the end of the day, regardless, I'm impressed. I think people seriously underrate how difficult it is to completely leave your country that you are used to, your continent, to go to another country to play Fortnite. Like, that's not easy whatsoever. We've seen players come get homesickness. We've seen players come they just can't adapt to a new environment. Look, I'm sure Germany's a very nice place. I'm sure the food ain't as good as it is in Argentina, right? There's a lot of differences there. You wake up in a whole different environment. The air feels different. Everything feels different. And you still manage to find a way to perform. That tells me you are a quality player. So just them even being here, for me, I really give them serious props. And I think everyone really should as well.
Yeah, fair enough. And I must shout out as well, Germany, the bratwurst. They know how to do a hot dog. They really do. They really do. So shout out there. Shout out to Germany. That's the thing. Okay, we've got lots more to look forward to here. Obviously, this is the last real kind of game we have to, kind of to see how points are going to lie after this first week of qualifications here in Major 1. Any surprises for you both? Who have we not seen kind of in the top kind of like say 20 that we've kind of seen the leaderboard there? Who are teams that you are surprised have gone as far as they've gotten to? We'll take a look at the standings here again, just to remind ourselves. You can see a 31 through 40th here. Minnie, coming to you first. Any kind of particular shock, surprises, things you want to kind of share with the audience at home?
I mean, maybe for me, Queasy, Thomas HD, we see them there in 37th. These are two of the most experienced players in the EU region. We expect big things of them. And of course, 37th is not bad, right? It still keeps them in that top 50. It's not a bad performance by any means. No victory royales from them, though, either. So I think we just have such high expectations of big names like that maybe them just falling slightly short of that isn't a complete disaster, but it's not the start that they would have loved in week number 1 here, 11.
Yeah, not at all. I think there are a couple of names who you'll probably see across the board where you go, ooh, I recognize them, and they've maybe not done as quite good as I would have thought. Voxy and DKS had a very hot start, sort of cooled off there, right, towards the end there, all the way in 44th. A team that I sort of, again, everybody has been looking at, Venno and Tayson, not in the top 50, they're sitting in 66th right now, right? So again, a slow start from them, a slow day in general. Is this now something that affects them moving into that next week of qualifiers? Of course, they can still jump up. We still got, another game, right, that people are going to play. So I'm sure they'll be hoping that they can fix things moving forward.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to see all-out aggression here, Minnie? Is this going to be one of those moments? It's like, right, last game, we're going for broke. Let's just put pedal to the metal and let's just score points. If we go out early, fair enough. If not, we go for it. We try and rank as much as we possibly can onto that leaderboard ahead of week 2.
I think with the format, you have to just play this game out. You have to make sure that you can maximize as many points as you can from this final game, right? Because this is not just a single day format. It's all about those series points. And the higher up you can finish, the more series points you're going to get.
You're darn right, Minnie. You're darn right. Right, let's head on over to Takata and Jacob as we head ready for our last match here on week 1 of our qualifier 1 here on Major 1 in FNCS EU. Over to you, boys. Let's go.
Thank you so much. I love Adam, Levin, Minnie. I mean, they do such a great job on the desk. But Jacob, look, we're back. We're about to get into the last match of the day. We've had pure action from game 1 all the way to these last matches. I mean, the last game we saw, we were talking about it. Could that have been the quickest match in FNCS history?
I'm gonna wait for the officials to call it out after the show, but I think we witnessed the fastest VR in Fortnite history, and as quick as that one ended, let's get right into our final game of the day.
This is it, Jacob. It all comes down to this. I almost wanted to say Game 6, last game, but this isn't the traditional format. 250 duos are competing today, and we are seeing the last match from a fan favorite, Mr. Savage, Mongrel, even Fredoxy Tripper here. The Titans are competing together to get as many series points as possible. Remember, on the series points leaderboard, the upper 50 will go to the upper bracket and the lower 200 will go to the lower bracket for the semifinals. So every single placement counts today.
So crucial. Give you a point breakdown momentarily, but as we tune into Fredoxy and Trip, they traded reses against their opponents and immediately are back on the offensive. Fredoxy's going to lead that push. Trip's just trying to get as much HP on up as possible before he joins the fray. But Fredoxy is doing such a good job of causing disruptions for this team, so they can't find a comfortable moment in this fight. But little do they know, they're so far behind on that HP and shield lead. They're making the perfect decision to disengage and put themselves in a better spot.
Remember, this is the last match, so if you get eliminated here, that's it. You don't get another opportunity for this first qualifier. All the points have to be secured in this last match here. As what a shot from Fredoxy. No scope needed on that Reaper sniper rifle to pick up a quick 11 and another one from Fredoxy. Are you kidding me?
That is two different teams on top of that, so it makes it a little bit easier for them to take him out as solos, but Clone's doing what he can. He's able to at least drop down Trip, but his teammate is still there to alleviate some of that pressure. But can they go ahead and end up on top overall? And just like so many teams in this finals today, 250 to be exact. I feel like this is one of the first times we're getting to graze Tayson and Veno, but a nice little no-scope there. Tayson's going to be able to back down after taking a crucial shot. Medallion doing its thing, getting his shield up 2 at a time. He just needs time to separate himself so he can get all the way up to 50 shields. Veno joins the fight, and there is the alleviation of pressure we were looking for.
Tayson jump scared by his opponent in the box. I mean, if he hit a headshot with a no scope, I would have lost it, Jacob. I would have lost it there. But luckily enough, neither player went down. Tayson was able to survive. The opponent was able to come off just with a little scratch on his shoulder. Probably a big scratch, seeing it came from a sniper rifle, but he's still up, still going in the facing fields, changing the medallion to make sure both players can recuperate enough shield without having to use minis or bigs. And hopefully it was a med kit as we go back to Resin now, Vadil, who are in the zone and are feeling a lot more comfortable.
After seeing some of the names in this lobby, this is almost looking like a final style lobby with the superstars that we all know and come to familiarize ourselves with. A little bit of a slow rotation here on the south side, both Vadil and Reason just being very, very conscientious of that mountain. Typically, because there's a launch pad up there, team will begin to make that their home base as Savage and Mongrel on top of Rift Island. And they're just pushing this team off. They already have one knock, and they're looking to solidify that one. Etsy on the other side, he's just trying to stave off getting eliminated himself, but they have their eyes set on this prize, and that's 2 more points. That's placement points, potentially, if they can continue to dominate the lobby like this. The Savage gave me a little mini nervous attack right there momentarily. I thought everything was going to come crumbling down.
I was like, maybe grab onto the zip line, maybe do whatever you can, but he made a good use of the grapple blade there, barely securing a shot back on the builds. And I think he's thinking now, you know, maybe we don't need this elimination yet. We can take our time, maybe chop through some builds. Don't have to rush it. They know that their player is low, their opponent. They do have full shield, but HP-wise, did I just hear his legs get broken? No, he's still up. Okay, thought I heard a sound there. That it didn't go his way as he dropped down, but it looks like the opponent's gone now.
It's like a very horrible situation to be in, especially looking down low. You see so many teams already fighting. Do I want to feel comfortable on top of Loot Island? Do I want to drop down low into this mess? Luckily, everybody was kind of distracted momentarily, so they didn't really make that a focal point. Sined lost Vanyak moments ago, but at least he got himself good position next to a rift, which will allow him this rotation once the zone eventually moves away from Loot Island.
I like that play too. It's just scary sometimes, because if there's enough duos looking up, when you hit that rift eventually to rotate, it could cause you to get shot out of the sky, but a lot of the times it should work out just fine as Ripey, Kylie making their way through. A very nice pull, actually, for the 5th zone for them. Don't have to do much at all to get inside. Being on the uncongested side as well, there's not too many duos to worry about. My only concern, no eliminations. I wonder how much damage they've been doing throughout this match. Hopefully enough to be in this side of the zone. As they keep kind of looking around, I wonder if it's for players or for anything, really.
Yeah, and they have the luxury, like you were mentioning, the slow side of the zone. It is moving all the way towards the western side of the map. A little bit of a south lean on it as well, so as long as they're okay on Surge, not much to gather in terms of loot either. They got prime position in the zone for now, but from one team that has comfortability to a team that has already faced adversity in this match alone, let alone on the day. Trip and his duo just rotating past that yacht. There's a couple launch pads they can use, but if they don't want to make themselves a focus, they're just going to continue to rotate behind this team, maybe even use them as a distraction.
Gotta be careful, though. As you can see, the ramps have come out. I wonder if they've been seen. They have, but was it by that duo? No shots landed onto Trip or for Doxy, as they might be the ones who start hunting here. You can see Pickaxing on in. They know there's opponents close by. It's Ricky. Who's taking some shots off the trip. Blocks the launch pad though. Fordoxy accidentally is going to take it. Giving his opponent just a bit of time to breathe and take some shots onto him. Actually going to crack him. Fordoxy now half HP, but what a shot from the sniper rifle. Putting his opponent to sleep. Ricky now left alone. What a way to go down.
If I don't see that one on social media, I don't know what you're doing for Doxy. You really stopped him with the grapple blade in his tracks after getting beamed. And typically, you know as well as I do, you would heal up in this position. But with the medallion, with his teammate there by his side, he had all the confidence in the world to go for a shot like that, and it pays off tenfold. And because Ricky escaped moments before, they know there's another solo ahead of them in towards the zone that they can potentially try to go after.
What a nasty shot for Doxy. Might have just turned this whole game around, honestly. This is also a little frightening, though. Luckily, there's not too many duos close by, but if they start landing some shots, all it takes is one snipe for Trip, and he's gone. But luckily enough, the bullets are not connecting from the opponents. As Fordoxy lands, he takes a bit of damage, but nothing to be worried about. They have the medallion too, so they can trade back and forth to make sure they're both at least 50 shield. As we look back on over to Tayson, Venno, 3 limbs on the board, 2v1. Will they pursue it though?
You're just seeing Pleasant Piazza stacked with so many teams, and knowing that that's not even the zone, they got to continue to move towards the south portion of the map in this 50-50 zone over towards Snooty Steps. And if we continue to move there and we have like one of those moving zones towards the end game on that side of the map, it is going to get chaotic for a lot of these teams, especially if they're not familiar with that side of the map. Avino, like a hawk from above, drops down on one of his opponents, goes and tries to make it two along with Tayson. You got to imagine how confident they're feeling to make a play like that.
You can tell, I mean, being the last game, normally you see a lot of people get scared, make small mistakes like the one Lucia might have just made twice. But look, the good news, you got the grapple blade. Bad news, 64 HP, 62, clock's ticking, no med kits. Opponents now Yapko. Is he gonna open up? 34 HP left. That got a little sloppy.
I definitely did, and you could see why in a lot of the instances with the crash pads, they either edit the floor or they edit the wall, try to negate something like that from happening. Disaster could have simply struck if anybody lived towards the backside of zone, but for Lucia, that is a little bit of a blessing. But now they set their eyes on the Yapko. I think momentarily they might have spotted out as a solo. The shots continue to fire in that direction. Couple of other teams lending that helping hand, but it's forcing Yapko to just kind of displace himself, not allow him the comfortability to heal. And now that he finally does, it's forced in the zone during a 5-tick. I'm not sure how worth that actually was, but we'll soon find out.
I mean, lost 50 HP, gained 50 shield. I don't know if it's a trade I'd be taking every day, but good news is, well, I was thinking of the good news. I mean, he's missing a duo. There's not a lot of good news here. He has to do a rotate. They know he's probably a solo. I guess the good news is the zone hasn't pulled to the opposite side of the map. Looking back to Camiseti now. Polish Panthers, 326 above. Spare materials in the box as well. They're feeling good.
Yeah, just kind of taking a peek right now. Currently, before this game started, 264 points so far. 20 eliminations throughout 8 games, including 2 victory royales. One of them coming in their last matchup that they had just played, which ended off with 6 eliminations so far. So Seti and Cami primed to finish the day with a top position. And if you're looking at and you're asking what series points are, depending on where you finish in each of these 2 respective weeks, you get series points for your position. First place, a whopping 625, stretching all the way down to 255th place with a mere 25 points. So that's why it's so crucial to perform well in each and every one of these weeks.
65 is huge, especially seeing 2 points per elimination. It's difficult to get that VR placement pointage, especially being in round 4, where so many of the duos, it's the best of the best in the region. Taking a look at Venno though. Quick replay of how he got a nice pick during the rotate, catching his enemies off guard. As now we take a nice view of how this zone could potentially play out. Veno with another one. Are you kidding me? 275 Reaper and another one. Duo eliminated. Oof. Veno's looking dangerous right now.
I'm gonna ask you while we have a few seconds. What are his attachments? What attachments, if any, can make it to where you can make shots like that?
Veno doesn't need attachments. He is the attachment. You need to be Veno. That's the attachment you need to be hitting those shots. I want to see this again. Oh, the second snipe that we've seen in the middle of a grapple hook rotate. These players are ruthless.
Man, just threading the needle. Those close shots that really make a difference at the end of the day. Reason and Vidil taking note. 524 above. Nope, I'm not peeking that. Build a full box of medals. Not chances they want to take, and they are heating up. Veno and Tayson, arguably two of the best players in the region, and showing why. Threads the needle yet again through the builds. 110. It was a body shot, but it's still a massive body shot for someone like Veno.
Veno is not done. He is still cooking up these shots. Quick shot check in the bush as well, making sure nobody's close by. You can tell he's feeling something now. Flowberry rotate through Cammy. Perfectly executed. Wow. Right ahead of the zone. So many elite players in this lobby. But you gotta be careful. Open that wrong edit. Someone looking at you with the sniper, and it could be the end. As now they continue to find these shots.
Oh, not in that direction. You mentioned sniper. He looks directly at Veno and Tayson, but shots end up on the Mongrel. He's able to survive. Alleviated some of that pressure is going to be Mr. Savage, but Cammy just relentless with this Thunderburst SMG. And you can see him. This is the moment. They want to try to take height, but there might have been another team on their left side that could contest them. They see it just as well as I do, so they disengage off that plan. But they did go ahead and increase their elevation against every other team in the lobby except for one.
Looks like they're almost second height. You said it yourself. They have the freedom to look above and make that decision. If it's something they want to take, as Vidil wants to take an elimination. Now, good amount of materials, consumables, looking healthy as the rotation continues on through, but be careful. Players close by. You don't want to get in a dangerous position, especially against a duo like Mongrel and Savage. Forced to use some floppers, some shields to recuperate what they've lost. But they're just getting started.
Yeah, they're gonna have to find some sort of a refresh. Mongrel's not in the most comfortable position when it comes to builds and even expending more on the way there. Misha and Teeny coming back after that last game where they got taken down a little early for their liking, and they're making it look easy, moving their way through these builds. But Veno with the Flowberry Fizz steals high ground away from Marco and Firebro. Tayson lands a good shot, but it comes at a cost, a sacrifice of so much HP and shields, but they're successful in taking over this high ground late in the game.
I'm not sure if Veno has any medkits, but for Mongrel, that flopper might just be all he needs as he continues to apply that pressure, that aggression, as Vidil and Resin get more and more close to the high ground. They know Tayson's lit. Veno, though, almost full HP and shield, showing that confidence from above, saying, don't come to my high ground. I've already claimed it. Camiseti as well, getting closer and closer to second height. Do they want it is the question. The pressure has to continue from above.
This is it. These are the moments right here with so much going on. Savage and Mongrel find their way in front of the zone yet again. But history repeats itself. Not finding a refresh when they need it. They are down on mats yet again. They know another team is behind them, but they're waiting for the perfect moment. They're actually sandwiched between two. 6 med kits on Cammy and Seti. Win condition is clearly defined if they could just make it far enough, but there's a team on their back. Pressure from above. They're not going to let this one go easy as Savage and Mongrel find a huge flank onto Misha. Teeny's just trying to escape and keep their game alive.
One for Savage, but he's hungry for more. Continues to rotate along the edge of the zone, recuperated the materials that he needed. Tayson Veno up above, but they're missing the medkits that Cammy has. Vidil and Resin, it's all legends up in this lobby, and they're not done cooking as now Resin gets taken out. Mongrel takes some shots, but Vidil is the one to connect the knock. Now, just 19 HP to work with. Lower and lower as the 1v1 versus Savage gets dropped down. Forced below. Seti now looking for the aggression. looking for the eliminations. Vanille gets taken out. Veno up above now, alongside Tayson, are forced to take action. They don't have medkits. They need to get elimination. Savage taken out. Veno now with 8. Just the 1 versus 1. Can he connect the last shot? No, gets knocked, but his teammate up above Tayson now. Will he have enough time to outlive his opponent?
Where is his opponent? That's the Cammy. I forgot about the 6 medkits. He found 3 more. And while I'm sitting here looking where this last player was, Cammy's looking at the top of the mountain, taking that victory royale with ease. And even I called out their win condition, and they still pulled it off. Huge tail end of the day for Seti and Cammy as they complete the back-to-back to end their day.
I was wondering, Cammy had 6 medkits. Where did he go? Where was he lost? Veno and Tayson played it so well up above, aggressive, getting Elim after Elim, annihilating everybody that was close by. But that was the one player we lost. It was Cammy with his 6 medkits, nice and cozy in his box, just healing and secured that victory royale.
Yeah, they even got their 4 eliminations late in the game, typically where they begin to shine the most. And when this game started, Takata, they were in 14th place. I broke down their stats, 264 points with 2 VRs. They just earned themselves the 3rd. This could be a 3rd straight year of dominance from Seti and Cammy.
I loved it. I love this new format. I mean, personally, the action was non-stop. Pure legends in the last match. It was absolutely incredible. But that's it for me and Jacob breaking down the games. We're gonna head right back to my 3 favorite people, Adam, Levin, and Minnie.
Thank you so much. Do you know what? You have a piece of my heart. A piece of my heart is just for you. You can see that. That's just for you. A piece of my heart's for you guys. The rest is for you. Obviously, 11 for Minnie. You get 2.5 pieces. Crystal, I love Takata and Jacob brought so much to life for us there. Love those guys so much. Thanks for doing a stellar job, fellas. An incredible end game. Just when you thought it was all over, Cammy's just... He's there. He's always there. And they've managed to secure more points against Veno and Tayson, we saw at the end there. But congratulations, GG's to Seti and Cammy there for a 3rd victory royale. Levin, what can this duo not do at this point? Not much.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. What do you do against a guy with 6 medkits? Like, what do you do? I don't know. Like, you can't find it, especially in Tayson, that situation. You start dancing at the end because he's like, yeah, it's over. There's nothing we can do. It's ridiculous. Look at him.
That just shows how well they've set up. I mean, to have 6 medkits at that point in the game just shows they know where all those medkits are. They're able to get those refreshes. We saw it. It's few eliminations right there for the duo. And yeah, as you mentioned, I actually don't know what you can do about that. You just have to sit back and just say, yeah, you know what? You're the better player there. You won the heal off. Congratulations. You have to take 2nd for Tayson's case.
Call it a day.
Unbelievable. Let's actually take it back to the top of the show. We talked about Mongrel and Mr. Savage. Let's do it all over again because another duo who've had a really unbelievable first qualifier, should I say, here, and week 1 of Major 1. And they have just picked up where they left off here, Levin.
Oh, man. I think the hype for them is going to be even more than it once was because they've actually shown here in this round 4 that like they are able to keep up with everybody. And of course, yes, it's not the set lobbies, and so there still will be that sort of cloud over their heads of, hey, when they get into a set lobby, what do these guys do? Forget all that now. Let's enjoy the hype. Mongrel and Savage are back, baby. Let's do this.
I love it. And that's exactly what we're all here for. Even Savage the other day, his stream title was Prime Savage is back. And I couldn't have put it better myself because he's playing so well right now. I love watching him play. I love the way he navigates his end games. And it's, he's not got an absolute noob on his team. It's Mongrel, right? So it's not going to be something that he's having to carry, but he's doing so much great work right now to lead Mongrel, to get him back up to speed, because even though Mongrel's making a few decisions that we would have, maybe questioned a little bit here, all the way back in Chapter 2, that was part of the meta, now not so much. He's definitely being able to lead Mongrel in a really, really nice way, and I'm sure by week 2, they'll just keep on getting better and better. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see them in our grand finals this season.
Yeah, they've kind of galvanized all of us. They clearly enjoy playing together too, which makes it all the more fun to watch and unfold. So, GG's to Mongrel and Mr. Savage. We've got to talk about Veno and Tayson. We haven't covered them too much on the broadcast today, but Veno is just outrageous.
Wow.
Some of the things that he does, Levin, it blows my mind.
It could bring a tear to my eye, you know. This is beautiful. Like he is playing Fortnite at a level that is just it genuinely brings a tear to my eye. The guy is unreal. Some of the snipes and the shots and the things we were seeing him do throughout this game, then at the end, it's just ruthless aggression. I mean, you know, he stops there to heal, he's hitting shots left, right, and center. Eventually, someone is able to deal with him. But the point being, Veno and Tayson, I called them out before the game, Adam. Remember, I said, look, they're in 66th. Like, it's not looking good. Like, what's going on with my boys? Way up there now.
Yeah, they had the answer there for you. I just love watching Veno, like the way he plays. It seems so effortless, yet when 99.999% of the rest of us try and do it, it doesn't go very well. There's a beautiful snipe out of the air that he got. I think it was onto Spenaldo, I believe. And then there was a little full box, full piece, 200. Absolutely beautiful from Veno. He just seems to just scream class every single time that he plays. And it's honestly a pleasure to watch. I'm hoping to see more development from that duo. And hopefully next week, they'll get off to a little bit of a better start. But that was just a little snippet of what they can do.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely right here. Let's actually take a look at the final standings. After today's action, you've seen so much of it. It's been such a treat for us watching around the world. And you can see here at the top, would you believe, it's Vico and Pink Levin. They have 43 elims, 283 placement points, which makes 369. Boy, they've had a great day.
Shout out to the Goons. Shout out to the Goons. Pink and Vico leading the way. Ecstatic, man. I super happy for them. Both of them work incredibly hard, and so, you know, seeing them reap the rewards here, I'm sure that'll be a massive confidence boost for them.
Yeah, 3 wins in a row as well for that team today. I mean, absolutely incredible stuff. Let's see if they can continue that momentum going into next week. Another team, though, of course, as well, that's done really well there to boost their way up. Vidil and Reason in that game. We saw them popping off. A team that I'm excited to see keep developing this season. Of course, some experience in that duo. Some real great FNCS winning pedigree as well. So that, for me, is a duo that I'm excited about, Levin.
100%. They're being coached by BloodX now, right? So obviously, you know, you always expect to see them sort of edge things tactically in that sense, or see them improve. Of course, here though, Veno and Tayson moving all the way up into 22nd. We knew that already, though. These guys have not had the best of days by their standards, but a nice finish to sort of make up for things. And it's funny because it's a complete mismatch when you look at limbs with them versus everybody else at that point in the leaderboard. It's like everyone else is in the 20s, 30s. They were there with 41. Like, that is firepower.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, you saw there as well, Cami and Seti, that last game, get the victory royale. 15 places they moved up. Veno and Tayson, 73 places in that last game. Mini, I mean, it says it all, really. Every single game, whenever it comes, whichever which way it comes, it counts. And that made a huge difference to these two teams come the end of the day.
Yeah, and the best players turn it on when it matters most. And we saw that once again from 2 of the best players in the region for a very long time now as well. So they have the experience. They know how to turn things around. I think it was like after game 3 or maybe game 2, I was thinking, hang on a sec, where are Veno and Tayson? Looked on the leaderboard, they were just outside of the top 200, let alone inside of the top 50. So they've really done a great job here. And hopefully that's given a little taste, a little flavor of what to expect for next week. Because I'm sure for a lot of these top teams that are used to these top 50 or 50 duo lobbies, that it definitely took them by surprise a little bit as to how this was going to play out. And even for us, it was a real spectacle to watch.
It really was. It really was. Speaking of next week, it is coming thick and fast. Next week, you have week 2 of Major 1 qualifiers. Today has been absolutely electric. Thank you guys at home so much for being here and enjoying it with us here. A huge, of course, shout out to Takata and Jacob for casting beautifully throughout the course of the day. My guys, 11-2K Mini Miner, thank you guys so much for the desk here as well. It's been great with you guys again. I've loved being back here in the seat as well. It's been fantastic being here this week. Of course, Frankie is back next week hosting with the fellas on the desk. Big shout out to production, all the players, you guys for watching. Make sure as well, do not miss NA coming your way with Zeke and the squad. That is definitely one to look out for, coming a bit later on. But for now, thank you so much for watching FNCS EU Major 1 Week 1. It's been great having you here, and we look forward to seeing you all out there on the Battle Bus. Till then, bye-bye for now.